have you guys inside of this like middle level of the tower. You've got a little bit of like it's about 100 or so feet to where that gray area is below this invisible bridge, and it's about like 200 or so feet to the actual like ground of Yithrin. And down below at ground level is like the Mythaler below you all here, but you are basically coming down from the higher reaches. You're inside of that mirror room where you first met Everlast, all surrounded by these gems and the mirror images that kind of create him. And you're staring across this gap at this floating skull that's just kind of embedded with gems. And it's just kind of looking at you. You can see the different creatures that are like perverted into these one-eye aberrations kind of following it around. And we're going to jump into initiative order here as everybody kind of sees one another. And this is one of those things where you guys can decide where things go, but it's going to be inside of initiative count. Whether you stand and fight, whether you choose to do something else, this is that time where you guys are going to have to make those hard decisions.
It's acting clunky for me. I don't know what's going on here.
I had to refresh my page for me to get it to work.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now too.
Not actually sure what happened earlier today, but at some point Roll20 froze on all of us earlier today.
Okay, so I had 2 shitty rolls and a good roll. This one is for all the money. Oh shit, all I saw was the 6. Oh, that's funny as hell.
What is your dex with Mistress Faye? Is that 18 or 19?
18.
Oh, I need to adjust my hit points here. I forgot about the periapto wound closure, the effect.
Gotcha. Refresh my memory. Brath is the sidekick remained alive, right? Brath is the one?
Yes.
Alright. I need a Constitution saving throw from Brath. Yep, Constitution saving throw, please.
That is a fail.
And then this will be a DC 10 Constitution saving throw for 3 wounds. So he'll take 3 wounds there. As one of these creatures with the eyes just kind of like skitters across the bridge in front of the others. And as it kind of like focuses towards the group, you see as it like locks its gaze towards Brath, and you just kind of start to hear is like he'll probably like start to reach for his head before a little bit of like an internal kind of like will to yell. It's kind of up to you how you play it out, but essentially he's kind of having his brain like rotted from within as this creature lays its focus down on him. And it's going to go to Mistress Faye.
Okay, so I'm gonna move to in front of this creature right here. And I'm just gonna take the do the 3 attacks, and I believe as a bonus action I have to do the 4th attack, correct?
You're 2-weapon fighting?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. You got 3 with your main hand and then 1 with your off.
It didn't roll for that one to hit. I'm gonna roll D20 for that real quick. And then this last one. And that'll be it for her turn.
So, rushing up and forward. Okay, I see what it's doing there. Yeah, you're going to start to hack into this creature. Just like 1, 2, 3 shots into it, like almost cutting its like shoulder blade through as you just start to hack through it in half. And by the time you're burying your last strike into it, yeah, it'll just kind of collapse to the ground there. More than likely anything, its body is just going to fall to the side as it collapses and falls off this ledge and down to the ground. Just boom, boom. Yeah, this one is going to rush up to you. It is going to attempt to grapple you. You can use strength athletics or you can use dex acrobatics as a contest. It is going to pick up Mistress Faye and throw her over the edge. Do you have anything that prevents you from taking fall damage?
I mean, no, unless I can. Yeah, no, I can't cast Misty Step as a reaction to get back up there before getting too far away. Other than that, I don't really see anything.
So you guys are going to watch as this thing. God, can I even take its second attack at him? I feel like I can also slash at you before you fall away from it. But successfully throwing you over the edge, it's happy enough. You are going to take a load of damage here.
And how far does she fall in one round?
I'm pretty sure she's gonna fall all the way to the ground. I think in 6 seconds of falling, you fall close to like a quarter of a mile.
Terminal velocity.
But we're gonna calculate that shortly. Because
Mostly curious, just in case. I don't know if I have anything I would. If she's going to reach the ground, it wouldn't matter. But if she's not all the way down, just wanted to see if I might have anything with the range to stop it. But sounds like it might be a moot point. So
yeah, so 200 feet in the first 6 seconds. Or wait, 600 feet? I don't know. Gravitational acceleration, initial velocity. The height is 579 feet. Over 6 seconds, the velocity is 193 feet. So I'm pretty sure she's hitting the ground in the first 6 seconds here.
And Mountain Born won't keep me from. No, that's just to protect me from high altitudes, penalties of high altitude.
You've taken a short rest, so you'll be able to ignore a little bit of it with that ability, but not the actual cold. Let's see. And then it's gonna go to, I don't know if this is by sight. Yeah. The entirety of this tower is going to like start to timber and crash and throw you right and left as the floor shakes beneath your feet. I need a dexterity saving throw from everyone to remain standing as the tower starts to shake around you. For what is worth at present, Rashad, you can play as Avarice. Roll a d20 for her.
and for the sidekick one.
Yep, sidekick as well. Let's see. I never saw that before. It's technically behind a die roll. So let's see. For now, he's not using that layer action. I've never actually seen that before, but technically he rolls to see if he uses a layer action. After that, we're going to Brennick. My apologies on the psych out layer action.
Oh, so okay, so no, that trembling, not.
Yep, that was a psych out. In the future, I didn't actually mention to you guys, all three of you have inspiration for the stories and whatnot. Brennick, you would have normally gained inspiration there rolling that one, but technically that didn't even happen either because that layer action is not happening.
Gotcha. Right. Yeah. So Mistress Faye goes plummeting off. Fallen too far. Brennick before Brennick essentially can react. He kind of, as Brath is kind of grabbing his head, he's kind of.
If you've got an idea that you think you have a chance to save him, let me know. I'm not dealing damage yet because I am leaving it open for you guys to get creative. I think I can TPPK the whole group today, that if he has a way to survive this, that you guys would still potentially have a chance regardless. If that makes sense.
Yeah, the only thing that I mean, he has nothing that with that sort of range. The only thing I was thinking he could try is as he sees her plummet off the cliff, if he can attempt to essentially pull out the wand of polymorph and cast it on her to turn her into something that flies.
What is the range on that? I think that's a
It's
really great.
it's only 60 feet if it. I think the range of polymorph spell is 60 feet, so I assume it's the same for the wand.
Gotcha. So how about this? Roll a dexterity saving throw here for me.
All right. I might use my inspiration on this one.
Here's what I'm going to give you. If you want to go for that, you're rolling to hit a high enough DC that you can get to him versus that you're falling off yourself before you can get to him. You're potentially putting yourself in the same danger here by going after him. You know what I mean? This is like to stop your momentum and to not fall off as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, in that case, I'm definitely going to use my inspiration for this. But he is going to go. Yeah, he's going to try and use the wand.
Gotcha. I've got 2 DCs in mind. One's to save him, the other's to save you. Go for it.
Uh-oh.
So that's you tumbling off. You can cast this, but you're about to start falling yourself here as well. So when you fall off, does that change your mind at all? Do you want to cast it on yourself and yourself try to save him? You've moved basically 20 feet, so whatever happens, you're kind of like, you know, what is that, like 60% of your movement is gone. So if you polymorph yourself into you could potentially fly to him and still grab him.
Yeah, as he goes tumbling off, you'll see the wand kind of like flip back towards him. He's gonna cast it on himself and just remind me, it has to be a creature that you've seen, and there's a CR limit, right?
Yeah, overall, what's your kind of like thought? What do you think you're gonna go for?
I mean, I don't know if he would ever have seen something that would bear her weight, almost like a giant eagle or like a condor kind of thing, like a big, larger bird.
I mean, you guys have seen at very least in this campaign um the carrions. I'm trying to think what they're actually called.
Oh, like the giant vultures.
Yeah, the giant vultures. I feel like a giant vulture is potentially in that realm.
Yeah, that because that's the only and that we've definitely seen, so that fits. Yep. Yeah, so he will attempt to kind of turn the wand back on himself, turn himself into a giant vulture.
I was going to ask, would Arl's pet count? Because that thing was huge and it could fly. I'm not sure if that CR was too high for it.
I think we joked about the rock, but the rock is a monstrosity.
Okay, yeah.
And similar for, I think, probably like the Periton or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think those are beasts either. Yep.
But yeah, no, giant vulture sounds good.
Roll a strength check for me.
Is that with Brannick, or I don't know what the giant vulture is?
It's going to be a +2 strength as you're a vulture now.
Okay. So 15 then.
Yeah, solid. No effort to grab onto and essentially pick up. Mistress Faye, let me get a D100. You want low to be closer to where y'all fell off from.
Of course.
And then after Brennick, we're gonna go to Breath.
Ooh. Can I see myself? Does it mean like I guess I can see like parts of myself, so I can cast
What are you
polymorph
thinking?
on my. Just want to make sure I can actually cast polymorph on myself.
Does it say a creature?
Spell transforms a creature that you can see. So I guess
You
I can
are
see
indeed
myself,
a creature.
Yeah.
Yes, you can see yourself.
I was thinking for something
Usually
like
for
to see like
something-
a whole person or something. Yeah.
Usually for something on that level, it's going to say not including yourself.
Right, that you can see other than you or not including. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
For the future, you should have control over that viper or that vulture now. But that red
Yep.
is your height.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm otherwise not going to do anything with Brennick because it like deletes your initiative to like delete it.
Yep. Let me see if
Maybe
I
we'll
can pull
kind
up
of do
a.
something along that lines.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up a giant vulture stat block real quick.
I can send you the stat block if you go ahead with what you're going to do with Breath.
Yeah. Brath is he's kind of like holding his head as the Nothic attacks. He I think he is going to rather recklessly charge forward as well onto this platform, and he is going to attempt to low blow this Nothic to knock it prone, hoping maybe somebody else can knock it off.
You could low blow it to knock it off. The alternative is you can like do something effectively the same way. Take the attack action and do a grapple and try to throw it off like that. The low blow, I assume, is its special ability on that that character.
Yeah, that's its yeah, once per day he can use the low blow. Yeah, he's not real strong, so I think he's going to do that. He's going to use his low blow. So I think it's just, it looks like it's a normal, so using its signature attack, cut purse attacks a weak point on an enemy creature, causing it to fall prone. So maybe it's automatic, it almost looks like, or it doesn't mention a saving throw. But it's like instead of damage, it doesn't deal any damage.
Gotcha. So we've got that one proned there.
And then it says if it is still around, it does have to succeed on a Constitution saving throw or suffer disadvantage on any attacks it makes till the end of its next turn. But it doesn't give a DC in the little thing, so that'll pass, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think their DC is a flat 12 or something, but with a 16, it's definitely going to be a pass because it's 14 at level 7. You know what I mean? It's +2. So
Yep.
even if it was 14, which I know it's either 12 or 13, it's going to pass it. Besides that, it also has a Constitution modifier. So that will go past Brath, and this is going to take us to I think it's going to move forward. You're just going to watch as the skull kind of like floats across this bridge. And as it kind of gets past and nears to where you're like knocking this one Nothic down to the ground and it falls prone on this invisible bridge, you just watch as its mouth slowly starts to open. And then the three of you who are still remaining up top are going to hear this horrific. I need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw for your lives. This is going to be Brath, Rashad as Avarice, and Don as well with Fen.
I'm going to be using my advantage.
Avarice will fall unconscious.
Double checking my character sheet here, just to make sure I got nothing to help me. Ooh, yeah, baby.
Did you roll one for Brath for me, Brennick? Con saving throw?
Oh, sorry. Not yet. No.
Brath and Fen as well will both remain conscious. Fen, you I don't even know. You are frightened until the end of your next turn. So theoretically, you can't actually move closer, Fen, but that is one of those things. You've got your bow, so you can take bow shots. It is. Oh, no, still creatures between you and Fen. One more. Yeah, another con save from Brath here. Poor motherfucker just wants to live. Solid. Yeah, so another of these gazes as it stares into your eye. You hear this horrible shriek coming from the lich just standing next or floating next to you, and you just see this thing like gazing into your brain, and you're just holding stalwart against it, just blocking out this sensation inside, just trying to melt your little brain. And you will resist, and it will go to Fen. So again, you've got Avarice next to you. She just collapsed. She is unconscious. You are afraid of the lich. You cannot move closer to it. You could pull out your bow. You could try to help Avarice, but you're basically reduced to ranged attacks at present. I was thinking, I'm pretty sure he's got something for this. So does that take anything? It does use your action.
It does use my action.
So the weird thing here is I don't know if you know that it's until the end of your next turn or the end of its next turn, but if you pull out the bow and you fight at disadvantage, you can still do something. You know what I mean? Versus that actually using your action up.
So you're saying that I'm still frightened?
Well, instead of doing stillness of mind, because this is just a temporary fear, you could actually draw your bow and do something, but you would just be at disadvantage, versus stillness of mind uses that same action to just not be frightened anymore.
Okay, so I'm going to do something. Can I tell? I mean, so this dude does his shriek, right? And you say it's a saving throw. She collapses. Can I tell what kind of like damage, or is she like? I mean, and I'm talking no, because this is what I'm doing. Screw everybody. Stillness of mind. I'm ending the frightened, and he's going to get an attack of opportunity, but I'm doing a swan dive over the side of the bridge.
Gotcha.
You can have this attack of opportunity as I pass by that square.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Or actually, now that can I use my key for the disengage? Right.
You certainly could.
All right, so I'm doing that. I'm gonna spend the key to. I think it's called Step on the Wind, and disengage and swan dive.
Does it take action economy to do your feather fall?
It is a reaction,
Excellent.
so I'm hitting the trifecta here. Sorry, dudes.
So currently, you guys have left Brath as well as Everest behind. The end of the turn for Fen as you leap off. Yeah, I think at the end of Fen's turn, the Lich is actually going to. I'm gonna put this to the dice. Yeah, I think the end of its turn, it's going to turn to breath. Actually, no, it's going to take. It's going to deal a death save to Avarice, and Brath can make a Constitution saving throw. Oh no, my bad. Like it's like just Avarice loses a death save. It's just dealing wounds to her.
Oh, okay. Also, I am
Brath rolls 5.
Breath is saying, "Fuck you, death."
Or at least make a decent last stand here.
I mean, it's at the point where so much stuff is actually out of range. So let me do another death or Constitution save from Breath here. If he would just fail this, it might make it easier for you guys to leave everybody behind. I'm not sure how troubled you guys are feeling about this, but Don has 0 fucks to give. It's going to go back to top of the order with Mistress Faye. You are currently essentially in the grasp of this vulture. I think essentially at this point, you're fighting mountain combat rules, only you're kind of the mount because you can't do a damn thing until Brannick does anything with you. So, what do you have in mind as you're basically like grabbed onto at about like 100 feet and you can start to feel like the tension as these claws like grind into your shoulders and as this momentum is being reduced until just feet above the ground, you kind of get to like 0G or you get back to like 1G. Realistically, you're probably hitting like 9 Gs as it pulls back and your body's just stretched long. And then at that last second, like you don't smack into the ground and maybe wonder if that's why people have feather fall. What are you thinking about, Mr. Svay?
I'm thinking, oh crap, that was close. And stupid nuts. Like, she's pissed at that creature, but she can't really do anything. She's, like I said, she's in the grasp of a vulture right now. So she's just thankful she was caught.
Gotcha. Like, do you want to do anything with your action economy at this point? Do you want to yell at to the others? At this point, you're pretty much watching as like Ben is kind of falling beside you guys, and like at the last few moments, is basically like starting to. It's not actually feather fall, right? You just ignore the damage to a certain
No,
amount.
no. I'm taking damage. I just and I have I'm exempt from the first 55.
First 55 damage that it would be. All right, gotcha.
5 times monk level.
So I think I said like 250 feet, so 25d6.
I was trying to do my head, so I was like, I think I'll make it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you're probably going to take like 40 there. What is that? 39, 59, 60.
It's like 87.
It's less than 80.
Right.
Oh, okay.
39, 60,
60.
78, 97. No.
97, and you're exempt of the first 55. So it's like 42 damage.
Superhero landing.
Fen, yeah, exactly. Fen leaps down beside you all and like falls past, and he kind of like decelerates in a very similar way before, as he actually slams into the base and into the ground, he still kind of like slams down, kind of cracking through some of the stones. You can rest assured he's injured from it, but you guys have at least gotten potentially away for the moment. Do you have any thoughts right now, Mr. Svay?
Nah, she doesn't really have any thoughts on this. She's wondering if they should just continue running, or should they continue running, or should they wait here?
You're not going to voice that?
That's what I said. She brings up. Should we continue running? Oh, well, she turns to them and asks, "Should we continue running, or should we wait here since we're on the ground now?"
Well, I don't think we're on the ground yet. The vulture is not reached. It's in the midair right now, I think, right?
Yeah, we got you about 50 feet.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was
still-
50 from the top or from the bottom. Then, so
No, from the bottom, like from the
Gotcha.
ground below.
Gotcha. Okay.
So theoretically, Nothix standing up next to Brath is going to attack him, just clawing out at him. Doing a horrendous job of all the misses. I wonder if that 8 might hit. I need to bring up it.
He's only AC 13, I think.
I think they only have a +4. Yeah, so 8 is just a miss. 9 is the hit mark for them. So as it's slashing at him, it's just kind of just enough to like grasp at the leather and just enough to still miss. And we're gonna go to Brennick. You are a vulture. Your intelligence is that of the stat block that I sent you. So you are not an intelligent creature right now. What are you thinking about, sir?
Yeah. I think he'd almost go after like seeing, the vulture doesn't know Ben, but maybe it's intelligent enough to know that like, or seeing something plummet off the side.
I
It might
think
go for
6 is enough to still recognize them like as your group. You don't necessarily know like what they are so much as this is one of those things like, almost like familial bonds.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I think in that case it's going to go flying down to towards Fen. Maybe kind of like releasing Mistress Faye as it gets down to the ground, and then maybe probably going for the corpse of the Nothic to feed a little bit, because I don't think I can, because I'm in the vulture form. Brannick, it's not like Brannick can end the spell on himself. It's kind of
Yep, correct. You do not have that higher level thought.
yeah. So yeah, it's gonna kind of go down to the ground because it does recognize Fen. It'll release Mistress Faye because Mistress Faye is alive. So that's not food for it, but the dead Nothic might be. And it can, yeah. So it'll just kind of move towards that and maybe start feeding on the dead Nothic.
Gotcha. And then you got Brath up there, isolated with a line of Nothics ahead of him. He's got the floating skull just beside him.
Yeah. So I think so. Brath knows he's a dead man. You see the skull is floating, so he's thinking, oh, it can probably fly, but he's going to try to essentially grab one of these Nothics and kind of dive off, and hopefully, he's probably going to die, but he's going to take one of these bastards with him. So he's going to essentially and try to kind of essentially keep it beneath him, so he lands on top of it, even though it's probably still going to kill the fall. It's still going to kill him, but that's what he's going to try to do.
All right, we'll make this a little bit of a skill challenge for you. Initial trying to grab it and tumble over the edge with the two of you here. So that is going to be like strength, athletics, or acrobatics. I think realistically, it's better to say it's athletics. I don't think it probably matters for him. It's just a D20 with his stat block.
I mean, his primary skill is dexterity, but I don't think he gets any bonus to acrobatics. So
Gotcha, but his dexterity bonus is probably the +4, so we could
he does
go
actually
for.
have acrobatics. Huh.
He's got acrobatics? Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can make this more of an acrobatics throw, kind of like judo, and make an acrobatics attempt at this, and that'll be the first to see if the two of you go tumbling. But no, it's going to be able to resist, but you do throw yourself over the edge in the process.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that.
Oh, wait, my bad. I have a +2, so I've got 21. What is your acrobatics?
It just says skill acrobatics. It doesn't have a.
All right, so that should be his proficiency plus his dexterity. So what's his plus to hit?
+6.
All right, so it should be a +8 right now. Yeah, so you've got that one. You can throw it over the edge in like a little judo throw, and you will tumble with the creature. The next issue is going to be attempting to get it to crash down onto the ground and absorb some of the damage for you. I'll tell you right off the bat, it has only so many wounds that it can absorb for you. So it's going to be a question of like if you can get it to hit on those important ones. So the first one is 100 feet. We're gonna go for 10d6, and we'll do another basically acrobatics versus its strength. I guess realistically it can do dexterity, and it's got a +3. So we'll do another contested to see who takes this damage here.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just for flavor. I'm not expecting Brath to survive this.
Oh, it still could be cool as fuck.
Of course.
And it just might be the
Ooh, but
Nothic
before
that
he
finds it
dies,
cool
he
as
might give Brannick inspiration, right on that one?
that will re-inspire you, yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's
Death's
no
door,
way he's
I
going to
spit at
survive.
thee.
He'll definitely die because he can't save that like 39, and it'll be for all 10 wounds. So as the two of them go plummeting over, the Nothic does take like that first 100-foot fall as you guys fall into um the actual like the ledge below, and that's just smashing into it. Your body, the body of Brath, just is decimated, like every bone broken kind of situation. The Nothic continues to fall off, and it's going to take the other 150 all to itself, which it probably can't survive. It definitely cannot survive. But another body of a Nothic will kind of come tumbling down and crouch down beside the vulture, shortly followed by the body of Breath tumbling down as well. So let's check here. Let's see if it has any desire. Gotta come after you guys with the lich. Can't be that easy. Yeah. End of is the other 15. Yeah, and I think the other Nothics are just gonna kill Avarice. Oh, never actually added her to the initiative. Poor girl. So yeah, the skull is going to start to move after you all. And as it comes over the cliff and it starts to actually like sink down beside, it is currently 175 feet up in the air, but it is coming towards you all. It is now chasing after you all. You are down on the ground, and it's your turn, Fen.
All right, so I'm gonna say to Mistress Faye, "Come with me if you want to live," and I'm gonna use my action to use the Helm of Telepathy to touch the rock slash Brannick creature.
Gotcha. What are you going to try to convey to the vulture?
Uh, we are going to, I guess, I'm going to say, carry or try to convey the thought of us mounting it and it flying away. Is it big enough for us to climb onto? Yeah.
I think it's going to be a stretch to say that you're hoping to get two people on top of it.
How about one on top and one on talons?
It's a possibility, but this is one of those things where what are you trying to convey? If you just want me to set a DC, it's going to be next to impossible. If you can think of something creative, that's how you make it more possible.
I guess I'm going to try to project a mental image of us as its flock, and also that there's danger to the flock. The flock has to flee.
Gotcha. So you're trying to have it kind of see you as like children, and that it needs to protect you.
Correct.
Roll an animal handling here.
Okay. Anybody got an inspiration?
I think I have inspiration you can use.
This one might be important.
Well, I mean, you've seen this, so the vulture has already kind of moved towards you, and it hasn't attacked you. So you might have at least some idea that it, is not.
Well,
It's pretty much what you required. So you can convey this thought to kind of like gather up your young to Brannick. So you have a solid understanding that there's at least some sense of now's not the time to forage or to scavenge. Now's the time to flee. So it will go to Mistress Faye. What are you thinking?
As I see the freaking skull coming at us, I do start to follow Finn to get away from here. Although I do keep I do have her keep her sword at the ready for any attack from the skull.
Gotcha. Brennick, what are you thinking about what's going on here? What do you gather that they're going for before we even talk about what is happening with you as a vulture? What are you thinking is happening here, Justin?
Yeah, so it definitely seems obvious they, from Fenn's thing that they want to flee. The vulture, I don't think it has any sense of like being a mount, but it could probably maybe understand at least enough that maybe it has to grab one of them and fly like away from this thing.
I don't think that's a stretch either. I think largely something could ride a giant vulture, but it's certainly not going to be a natural thing.
Yeah, like I don't know if it would know to like it would essentially have to, given its size, almost have to either someone have to clamber up on top, and I don't even know, like I don't know if how much they weigh, if that's something that is even kind of like feasible from a weight standpoint. Um, so I think it would probably essentially it would stop eating the dead Nothic and maybe move to grab Mistress Fey again because that's who we did grab before, and maybe start flying away um, from this skull.
Gotcha. So you could fly like underneath. That is kind of like an archway overhead here. You could fly really low and go like underneath where the Mythaler is, or you could fly like to the north, as well as to the east. What are you thinking about? Which direction you're flying?
Well, I don't think Fen gave us a direction, so I almost feel like he's gonna like go off in random. So I feel like I'm gonna like roll a d8 and go off in that direction
Gotcha.
because I don't think like the vulture's not thinking tactically here. That's like starting from the north is one, and then so I think that would be
5 is basically
southeast
like southwest, like
or
towards them.
southwest. Yeah, yeah. So I think it's just gonna go. It landed on the ground, so I think it'll take like essentially it'll go like kind of rise 10 feet, and then I think it can fly another 50 feet down that way. I and then I guess it could dash. I don't know how flying works. I feel like I thought there were like limits on flying.
On some level, technically, picking up Mistress Faye is going to be
Oh,
one of those things. You're grappling Mistress Faye.
yeah. No, that
I
makes
made
sense.
it
Yep.
easier to prevent the death of Faye to try to allow something there. But normally, yeah, it's that action economy to grapple.
Yeah. So it'll just it'll use its action to essentially grapple her and then fly off. So it's 10 feet above the ground and it's flown off 50 feet to the southwest. I'm probably like looking back towards Fen, like come up, because it does, I think, have a sense that okay, we're together, you know.
So, kind of having flown more or less into that area.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see. End of that turn, I can get to 160 and then do 100 feet. Alrighty, so Fen, you've seen as I wonder if I can turn off hover and just free fall so I can actually catch up to you guys. You'll watch Fed as it kind of like rounds around underneath this archway, and it seems to be following after them. Effectively, it is now 100 feet up in the air, and just kind of like whirling through the space. What are you thinking here, Fen?
Well, I'd see which direction they flew, right?
Yes, you have indeed.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is first, whatever direction he's flying in, I want to get some cover and disappear. So, looking at the building, I would probably maybe duck around the southern side of it. Yeah. And then he would be obscured from my view.
Yeah, like if you went around to the east, there's like a massive leg that would block that view, and you would be out of sight to try to hide.
I think what I'd do is try to dash towards the circular edge and then make my way in the direction that they flew off to. Trying to keep an eye open as I'm moving. And I'll be dashing every round.
What is your movement speed when you are dashing? You're up to 90 feet?
I'm up to 110. 55 is my... I know splitting the party is bad, but too late. Well, I can also...
What is your stealth bonus?
Stealth bonus is +9. Yeah, I think that's more realistic. So the first round I would be dashing and then stealthing from there on out would be probably the more prudent course of action.
Gotcha. So if I understood correctly, you've run around the southeast while they kind of went towards this center area directly underneath the overarch that you guys like fell down over. So they're now like underneath, kind of moving southwest. You've kind of gone around southeast. You can probably spot them flying in. Assuming on some level the leg gets thinner up above, you might be able to spot the skull. But effectively, from this view, I would say you're still incapable of seeing the skull, as it's basically just kind of getting inside of this underneath area. This whole spot where you guys are, though, has about 130-foot ceiling here. This whole area basically is going up to the base of that ballroom above you. The Mythaler is just that massive globe of light spinning in the center, and it's throbbing light in here. This is the closest you all have gotten to it. There's not necessarily a warmth coming off of it, but there is a weird sense of warmth simply from feeling light versus where most of the places that you guys have been, like dimness has been what you've dealt with. Being in a bright area like this is something most of you have not experienced for months. Most people up in this area for years. But that's kind of where you guys are kind of going at here. There's going to be a little bit of a kind of blip again as it moves a little bit closer to them. Maybe about 80 feet up in the air. But it's getting closer and closer to them. I would say at this point, I think it's probably about 60 or so feet behind you, but it's probably about 50 or so feet above you. So you guys are getting back to the point where this thing is being a threat. It's moving with mechanically legendary actions to keep up with you guys. But you just have to kind of find that middle ground of what you're trying to do here. So we're going to go back to here. It will go back to Mistress Faye. You are being carried by this thing. Do you have any thoughts to help this vulture carry you away? What are you doing?
Okay, so what I can do. Wait, can I take him with me? I can't take him with me with Misty Step.
He is a large creature. Doesn't Goliath you count as large for carrying capacity? But you're not actually large.
Okay, so yeah, because it was saying briefly surround every measure to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. So I wasn't sure if I could take him with me with Misty Step because of
Oh, maybe it's Dimension Door that lets you take somebody.
yeah,
Yeah,
Dimension Door does that.
Yeah, Misty Step is just you. Dimension Door is the one that lets you bring someone with you if they're, I think, of your size or smaller.
The other thing I can do is kind of face myself towards the skull and cast. Here it is. Gust of wind, and what this does is it should knock the skull back about 15 feet, just to give us an additional 15 feet. And then on top of that, the creature, so long as I'm facing him, and if he's trying to keep up with us, he has to spend 2 feet of movement for every 1 feet, every 1 foot it moves when moving closer. Oh, and that's a strength saving throw.
What is your DC right now? You are DC 13?
Yeah.
All right, so you'll watch as the skull does indeed fly back as you kind of create this gust of wind.
And that's all she can do to assist with that. Yeah, that's all she can do. She can assist with that.
End of your turn, it's going to fly 15 feet closer to you. Brennick, what would you like to do?
So I think the vulture is still flying. It can't see Fen at this point, right?
No, at this point, nobody can see Fen. Fen is going to have to deal for himself because he is effectively invisible.
Yeah. So I think the vulture then is just going to keep flying, fleeing in the same direction. I guess at this point it'll essentially try and like put on a burst of speed and dash if it can, to try and get. I think it's 100. I guess it would be 120 feet.
So kind of flying across this area underneath the Mythaler, just making massive amounts of progress away from this creature.
Maybe like letting out a warning scream back towards the skull, just an animalistic vulture screech. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I think just fleeing.
Yeah, so at this point, for the sake of things, let's kind of step out of character a little bit. What are you guys going for here? What are your thoughts towards the future?
I feel like everyone is trying to escape. Personally, myself right now, out of character, I'm like, we probably not going to be able to escape. At least not all of us.
Well, I mean, yeah. So out of character. I mean, out of character now might be a good time that the scroll of comet could come in handy. I mean, kind of limited because obviously Brennick's not really in control right now. I feel like
Yeah, you've got an hour before Brennick can be logical. You guys
unless
are
something
either
happens
going to escape this thing or you're going to like turn around and actually fight it. But my question is like, are you guys going to fight this thing or are you going to escape it? What are you guys thinking?
Well, I don't think we can fight it. Like everything. Once she went over, then he went over. Once the polymorph took effect, now we're limited. That's why I said
I don't
flee.
disagree with you at all. Like, I think that was that was an awesome plan by you, like, for the follow-up thing. That was well done. But what are you
So
guys thinking now?
until that's set in motion, until it's over, we got no choice but to flee. That's why I'm just trying to follow them and stay unseen until that. I mean, I don't know if he could. Like
Well, part
Fen doesn't know whether about concentration. I have no idea about polymorph.
I've got you there. So part of what I'm getting at is if we had time and weeks ahead of us, I'm down to play this out. But I don't want to waste time on this chase because realistically that's all it is at this point. Is it is a waste of time. So
Then we can pick it up after the
Brennick,
polymorph.
exactly. Brennick doesn't actually know what he's doing. Right now, he's probably flying Mistress Faye to trees because he's a vulture. So it's probably that you guys are going to meet up in the Arboretum. Does that sound about right?
What's left of
Yeah.
it?
I mean, you guys burnt out like the center of it, but realistically, there are still trees. But yeah, that's where I think, at very least, like the husk of trees probably still attracts the bird.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Gotcha. So theoretically, I don't think there's a reason that I need to chase you guys around with this Demilich. At this point, I think there's that blend of you guys will have to encounter this danger. Do you guys want to fight this thing in this campaign? Are you going to go and try it again, hoping for more favorable conditions?
I honestly don't mind fighting it now.
I mean, if it's by itself.
You're the one who got thrown off the edge, though, Rashad.
Yeah, I know. But hey, teammate saved my life, so and we're already on the ground.
He did choose to fight first, though.
No, I mean, that's one of those unavoidable things to play in character. Yeah, I'm going to push you over an edge that can kill you off.
And you know what's hilarious? My thought process during this entire week that we was waiting, my thought process was, I'm going to grab the skull, place it beneath me, and I'm going to jump off and hopefully crush it into the concrete beneath. That was my thought process. And then this happened, and I was like, motherfucker.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, yeah, we're gonna need to fight this thing at some point. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to be able to probably get out of Yithrin until we deal with this thing.
So here's what I think at this point. Let's see if with a I think it's not likely chasing you guys down. Do a D12 to see if you guys get chased down while Brennick is still inside of the hour as the Condor. Or the Condor is one. The vulture.
D12, you said, right?
Yes, please. 1d12 from everybody. Don't roll a 1. All right, so you guys are inside of the Arboretum when Brennick turns back to an actual human, and you guys can plot and plan. Originally, you were trying to rest. Are you guys going to go for the Conjuration Tower and try to rest? Or try to complete said rest?
I say rest and then hit it.
I say we can definitely try to get that rest in before it arrives.
You were tapped out, right, Brennick?
Not completely, but yeah, I don't. I'm a little limited here. Yeah, so it sounds like we're gonna try and go for the rest. So yeah,
Let me have everybody roll a d12. Uninterrupted rest. You guys can have a long rest here. What do you guys have in mind for reapproaching the tower?
Wait a minute. Back up 1 second. I was going to say, before we do the long rest, think carefully about spell selection for the upcoming opponent for those who do such things.
That's fine. We can take a break here if you guys want to manipulate things, take a little bit more time. I don't think Rashad has a whole lot of choices with his character, but I do think you get some. And I'm not sure how much that you have with Brennick, but you guys can take a few moments to think those things up.
Just to double check, I think would be prudent, fellows, and perfect time for a break also.
yeah, I might take a quick break and then I'll take a quick look at the spells. But I, at this point, I haven't really been changing them around, so I think I'm going to stick with what I have. But I will be back in a few minutes.
I feel like it might be a scam to have free streaming non-copyrighted music that also plays advertisements that I feel like could easily get me copyrighted.
Bruh.
Like, that's how we get you to buy the streaming service.
So real quick before we get into this fight, there's something I want to ask you about before I try to do it.
What's that?
When we get it, if and when we get this, when we get this skull down to like, I want to say like 30 to 50% of its health, I wanted to try and have Mr. Spay to basically grab the skull and basically try to forcefully break it in half to try to do that.
Doing
I guess essentially trying to end it, since it's already wounded as much as it is. But I'm not sure if that would be too much or what.
I mean, if you had an ability that did something, you could flavor it as such. But no, you can't just try to crack it in half. If you do something like shatter, you could flavor shattering it as trying to do that. but in the long run, there's not like extra. Like it's just how you flavor stuff is how you flavor it. You don't get to just create extra things.
Okay.
That's one of the things where there's a big difference between having no rules so everything becomes possible versus having rules so you have to kind of like play within them. Old school D&D was about trying to be creative, and it still exists today, trying to be creative and getting a response for what it will take to have this happen. That's kind of like how Fen was like, look, I'm trying to communicate with this vulture to get it to allow slash fly away with us. And that's acceptable to me. That's something you can try to do and you can see how it works. But in the same way, where while this thing might be mountable, it's not something that's going to understand, nor like if you wanted to turn a vulture into a mount, that's going to be like a year plus of training to kind of do something along those lines. There's possibilities to do stuff. Cracking something's skull in half might just be a strength check. But that is far from the same type of thing that you would do to a lich.
Right. Okay.
And especially not like Half-Life. You're talking about if you got it severely wounded, you might be looking to do something that does, creates an end state. But in the long run, this is the type of thing where the skull matters nothing near as much as everything else about this thing. Part of the point of liches is the understanding these are wizards who have transcended their bodies. The physical thing over there, you might be able to point to it, but that's not necessarily the wizard anymore.
Right.
I'm back.
And then more than anything, specifically with demi-liches, part of why they're almost like a step down from other liches is them more than other liches. They no longer have a need for a phylactery. They no longer have a need for their body in the same way other liches are still kind of attached to that. Demi-liches are just something entirely other. But that's one of those things, like that's part of why, like, Index Card RPG, it's one of my systems, like one of the side systems that I really like because it's rules light. Everything just becomes a potential role instead of, I think part of why 5e is popular is because it's stepped away from the creativity because most people it's like too much to be creative. But that's one of those things where part of where having rules is problematic is that if there's a rule for something, it often means you shouldn't be able to just do it. If somebody can take a feat to do this, you can't let anybody just do it because otherwise there would be no reason to take the feat that allows you to do it.
Right. Yeah, I can see how that
I'm back, by the way.
Excellent.
So in terms of our strategy, one thing I would suggest is once we locate it, keep split up a bit so that it can't target all of us at once with whatever that scream is.
basically like surround it in a almost like a triangle. So that
Yeah, I mean, just kind of like keep some distance from each other a little bit. Yeah, like as possible, depending on where we end up fighting it. But
Any interest in a potion of fire breath, anyone?
not on my end. I think I'll be good. Faye is going to ask Braddock, do you have a circlet, a focus circlet?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you think you would use any spells that you're going to keep concentration on for quite a while during this fight?
Probably not. We
Okay.
just need to kill it if we can.
So, do you all have any thoughts about when you head out of the conjuration? Are you planning on heading right back up to the ballroom? What's everyone thinking about here?
So Brandon's thinking it most likely is going to be somewhere near um, the main spire. He can attempt to. He does have a spell that he can attempt to cast to try and kind of locate it a little more, kind of at least know which direction it's in from us. So he's probably going to try that once we get, well, it's within 1,000 feet. So that probably covers a lot of this place. So I might actually even cast it kind of if we're going from the conjuration tower as we're like leaving that back towards the entrance to the main spire. Unless you guys have another area or place you want to head towards. And he would plan on casting it then.
That works for me.
Yeah, that sounds like it'll work.
You said within 1,000 feet?
Yes. Describe or name a creature familiar to you. You sense the direction to the creature's location as long as that creature is within 1,000 feet of you. If the creature is moving, you know the direction of its movement. So it's not like a specific here it is, but I know it's like a location or a direction. Yeah, general. Yeah.
So I think if you are somewhere between conjuration and the mythaler, you can sense the entirety of Yithrin. It's hard because the scale doesn't recognize the fact that this thing's slanted here, but I'm pretty sure it's about like 1,200 feet diameter on the city.
Okay, and that would make sense. Like even if he obviously does not going to know the exact diameter, but going towards a central location and then casting it, I think makes sense just generally.
Actually, wait, I said that wrong. It's probably about like 1,800-foot diameter. So it's just over where, like, center, you have plenty of space. A little bit to one side, you can still sense.
Yeah, and even if he goes towards the center and casts it and he doesn't sense it, that still tells us something. It tells us it's out on the edge somewhere, or not within 1,000 feet. So, but I think that's how he'll try to kind of locate where it is.
Gotcha. And what are you actually casting? Locate creature?
Locate creature, yeah. Oh, actually, that is a concentration spell. So,
I mean, are you lacking for attunement slots?
I don't think so.
Then it's a moot question. You should take that from Rashad anyways.
Oh wait, the codicil. That's. Oh no, actually, never mind. I am fully attuned. Sorry.
Wait, are you still attuned to the codicil?
No, actually, I'm attuned to 3 other items, so I'm all attuned up.
Okay.
Keep forgetting the wand of polymorph requires attunement, so that's my third slot one. So
All right, so you are casting between the conjuration tower and the mythaler? Like you're walking in that direction, or are you guys walking towards the tubes to go up?
So I think he would have been walking towards the mythaler, with again similar with the idea of like get to as much of a central location as we can to cover the widest area.
So when you go to identify its location, you start to kind of search and weave the spell, and it's moving in the southwest of you. It's somewhere inside of the space where you all originally encountered it, somewhere near the jail or the entryway to the tubes that lead into the spire of Iriolarthas.
Yeah, so Brannick will relay that to the others, and no time like the present, I suppose. Or are they going to we or it is going to expire today, so let's be on with
Roll
it.
an intelligence check. Excellent. Any thoughts? It's you or it. What do you want to do?
It's time.
So what?
Yeah, Brannick would like to cast Arcane Eye to maybe try and get a view of this thing, but he would have to then drop concentration on his current spell. So yeah, he's gonna start moving in the direction that the locate creature is telling him to go.
Everybody is following suit. You are going to basically start to track this thing down.
Yeah, I want to.
I'm going to, whenever possible, follow 30 and stealth.
Follow behind them by about 30 feet.
Yeah, behind, by side, depending on the situation. You know.
Well, you got to describe it to me.
Well, it depends on like what kind of area we were moving through. You know what I mean? But behind for all intents purposes.
All right. Brennick, do you think you are going to try to be stealthy as well? Do you guys all want to have Faye be the one who's moving? Or is it at the point because you're tracking it, we'll have Brennick be the one moving? Everybody else is trying to be stealthy?
I mean, if Faye and Fen are both trying to be stealthy, I guess Brannick will try as well. But he's gonna kind of tell them like I can only keep this up for so long. So
Yeah, we can follow behind while you lead the way up there. I'm gonna follow about 10 feet behind Brannick, just so I'm close by.
Does that sound like the plan right now? That we'll have Brennick kind of leading towards this thing, and everybody else will try to stealth. Part of why I'm saying that you're not necessarily being stealthy, Brennick, is because if you stealth and they can't see you, then you guys just get separated.
oh right, yeah, yeah. I mean, Brannick's not real happy about being in the lead, but
If you guys throw away the idea of staying separated from each other, you can move as a group and try to track it. But that's a group stealth check. It's not Fen being 30 feet away from you.
Better option. Better option.
yeah, I mean, I think until we actually find it, we should stick together, close. Yeah, kind of move in a group.
Gotcha. What is your stealth bonus on Brannick?
+7.
Gotcha. So y'all are 7, 8, 9. Let me get a group stealth roll from here. So you all are keeping it like solidly to the southwest of you, slowly making your way through these little like ruined buildings, making your way towards those tubes, towards the jail itself, and kind of closing the distance off on this thing. Um, what? How close do you think you're going to try to get to this thing before you make a decision? Do you guys want to get within like 10, 20 feet before you kind of like decide to jump out on it? Are you 250 feet away from it and you guys are going to separate? What are you all thinking here?
I'm thinking we need to at least get like actual eyes on it, and we don't want to be. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe like 150 feet. Is that still like makes sense in terms of like how far we can see?
I mean, there's a certain level of like sometimes you can see longer distances through the buildings than other times. There's certainly like sometimes 30 to 50 feet gives you like eyes on for minutes straight. 100 to 200 feet, you might have eyes every 2 minutes or so. It just depends on how close of a view you want before you guys progress to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, I would, yeah, definitely prefer to get actual eyes on it before we do any sort of splitting up.
Roll a percentile. So you get about like 130 feet or so away from this thing before you gain like your first set of eyes just watching it kind of move through some of these buildings.
The Brennick is going to suggest, doesn't seem to have spotted us yet. Maybe we try and get a little closer before we split up. This far away, there's still might more of a chance we might lose each other.
That sounds like a good idea. We don't want to lose each other now. We got eyes on it.
So I was thinking almost like maybe try and close another halfway, like to 50 feet.
Sound good to everybody? Try to sneak up on it a little bit more. It's kind of moving like southwest to west, and you guys are kind of coming up on it from like the eastern side here. Kind of can like make a dash for the building kind of northwest of you.
Yeah, I'd say stealth one more time.
Gotcha. So is this one where you'd like to continue together? We're doing another group, or are you guys separating?
My thought was stick together until we, yeah, stick together for now still.
Let's go for another round of stealths from y'all. So you guys kind of cross, heading it off to this next building as they're kind of like moving around. You guys cross over to the east.
Yeah, so at this point, thinking maybe we've still been unobserved, Brennick is going to suggest, maybe Fen, if you circle around to the north of this building, and maybe Mistress Fay and I to the around to the south, and then kind of maybe one of us continue on, even kind of continuing on to the southwest, or like me and Mistress Fay put a little distance between us, and then kind of probably need some sort of signal to move in, or just kind of essentially try and agree on like a count, like 30 seconds, something like that, or just move when you see Fen start moving when you see us reach a particular point. I don't know, something so that because we don't want to obviously be shouting out to each other. I think the range is above the helm is probably a little not quite enough.
Yeah, Faye says she will head towards the south, get to the southwestern point, essentially on the, she'll get to the southwestern point by that building.
And any thoughts?
I'm sorry. What was the last part?
So basically, you're moving around to the north of this building. Faye and Brandick are going to start to the south, and then kind of as we come around the south of this building, maybe kind of start to split. And essentially, the signal would be like when you see us kind of essentially disappear around this corner, that's when you start moving, kind of thing.
Okay, yeah. For the telepathy, 30 feet that I can see, just for whatever.
Yeah, so it's gonna not work. But so that's kind of why we need like a visual cue. So that's kind of what I was thinking.
Works for me.
Real quick, does this show me in roll 20?
What
I
was
see
your
your
question?
token.
Do you not see yourself on roll 20 right now, Rashad?
I did not. The screen kind of died out on me.
Just check the reload. Again, roll 20 froze up on us earlier today, so something is going on with their system. But I think once you get back, ever to have you all roll for initiative.
Okay, I was able to get back in.
All right, so theoretically, Fen, you are waiting for the two of them to round that corner and leave your sight, for which you will then run across the top of the map. Is there anything you are doing at present?
Yeah, I'm going to right before we get going, as I'm gonna wait until they're getting close to the signal, and then I'm gonna sharpen the blade for my longsword.
Like you're pulling out a sharpening stone and you're gonna scrape it across the blade?
No, it's a feature. Hold on.
Brennick, what are you doing?
Yeah, so Brandick's going to start to move. I think he is not really stealthing, but he is still trying to kind of move cautiously. So I think he is going to take the. Actually, I guess this could essentially, yeah. I guess maybe try and now he's just going to move the 30 feet around here, and take the dodge action.
Gotcha. How many key points did you sink into that, Fen?
I'm gonna do 3 hit key for +3.
Gotcha. So you effectively have a +3 weapon for 1 minute.
Correct. I think I'm doing this right and beyond 20. Do you have to hit save or anything when you're doing the customize?
I think it does it all automatically. I don't know offhand.
It looks like it. I just want to make sure before I.
Yeah, at least with
Oh,
like
what's
the descriptions and stuff, I think if you click out of it, it saves it.
It's just hard for me to look after the fact because I don't necessarily know how it's updated. From what I'm looking at with your longsword, you do not have it on there, but I would just say make sure to add the +3 after the fact. Yeah, it still looks unmodified to me. You should have it as a +12.
Yep.
But if you go to your longsword and you add the to hit bonus and then the damage bonus, that's all you should have to do at present. But again,
Yeah. We'll go old school. I'll do math.
Yeah, overall it's kind of negligible. But that's just one of those things. Like it's part of where it's problematic because I can modify it, but you have to make sure to reload it, and it might work. I've seen it not work because of just D&D 20. D&D Beyond doesn't want to load correctly. Mistress Faye, what are you doing?
She's actually going to go ahead and try to move to get into position. So she's going to probably head the same direction that Brennick had. Try to go over to the southwestern area.
I heard none of that. You're going southwest with Brennick. Are you dodging as well here?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
So much clearer.
Okay. Yeah. She's gonna head southwest and also try to get into position. And yeah, she's also taking that dodge action.
All right. I think they're just gonna kind of continue moving on through here. I think that's gonna be what it is for now. And it's gonna go to you, Fen. What would you like to do?
Okay, so then is going to. I'm going to move up to the building. And I am going to. Ready a sword attack for the first thing that enters my area.
Gotcha. And then, Brennick, what are you doing?
Yeah, Brennick is continuing to move. That's 30 feet there. Does he see this one Nothic up in the, or is he still kind of view obscured by the edge of this building?
I think without a problem you see that one, but yeah, you could draw a line to it. Yeah, you see that one without a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give Finn a little more time.
I thought the whole point he was supposed to go as soon as you guys got around the other side of that building.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
So you should expect that he is already engaging them.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Like I don't know, I don't realize. Yeah. Yeah. So I think seeing this thing, and he's going to go ahead and launch a fireball. He's probably going to aim it a little behind this one because he knows Fenn's quick, so doesn't want to risk catching Fenn too much in the blast. So he's probably going to.
I think at this point you also understand Fenn. If everything's working out, your fireballs don't hurt him.
Yeah.
Nuke it from orbit.
Essentially, kind of like. I mean, I'm trying not to like metagame too much because I don't know all those guys are there.
You had sight of them before. You don't have to skip hitting these things. You've had sight on all of these things. I think you're still concentrating and you know where Iriolarthas is.
Okay, I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's not like a pinpoint direction, but yeah. Well, he has to be able to see the center, so I think it does have to be like a there.
Yeah, one of the weird things about see the center is often it's just like a part of you drawn to the right part. So and that's functional, that it's going to hit all of the Nothics. So when you go to explode them, are you trying to just make sure that you kill them all? Are you just dropping a fireball? What level are you casting this at?
Yeah, I think he is going to hoping to maybe catch them by surprise and sort of isolate the Demilich. He's going to cast. He doesn't want to go all out, but I think he is going to cast it at 4th level.
And I think I'm about to dodge it with half of them. Oh, I don't know how much that came through. Any other movement from you? Any other thoughts before we move to Faye, Mistress Faye?
Nope, that's it. The last thing I heard was you thought you were going to be able to dodge with half of them.
Oh, yeah. I described the entire thing. That's why I kind of skipped over it. I was like, oh, shit. I don't think they heard any of it. Yeah, 2 of them take half damage. 2 of them are effectively bloodied at this point. But yeah, the explosion will go off there, and we're going to go to Mistress Faye.
She's gonna actually dash action, take the dash action, and move out to here. So that means I can move like double the distance, correct? Just making sure. And when she gets sight, she's actually going to cast Shatter.
Wait, how are you taking the dash action and casting anything?
Okay, so I didn't think so. I can take the dash action, but I can't cast anything, correct?
Well, you can't cast something that takes an action. You have 1 action here.
Got it. Well, that's where she's going to move to get into position.
Are you trying to action surge?
No, she's not action surgeon. She's going to get in position right there, and that'll be it for her.
If anyone's talking, you're muted.
Nope, not currently. All right, so I think as they come forward, just rotting gazes on each of you. So let me get 2 Constitution saves from Brennick and 2 Constitution saves from Mistress Faye. All right, so as you kind of like start to feel this like invasion into your brains, each of you is able to keep these little assaults off, and you kind of feel as like each of these creatures is worming in, and there's 2 of them trying to break into your thoughts. You are able to maintain through and kind of pass through that. Then I need yeah, you're gonna hear that same howl, and I need the 2 of you to make Constitution saving throws again.
I'm going to use my inspiration for this.
Mistress Faye is going to drop unconscious. You're at 0 hit points. And it's going to go to Brennick.
Yeah, so as these kind of things start moving towards him, he kind of sees that scream and sees Mr. Spade drop beside him. He is going
Wait,
to.
I should be above Brannick.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
my bad. My bad.
That's
I
right,
didn't
yep.
adjust this. There you go. Go Sue Fan. My apologies.
That's all right. All right. I already screwed the pitch. So I'm going to have to spend a key to bonus action dash. And I'm going to attack twice with my sword.
That was outside of 55 feet? Or is it just like the bonus action is more to get to anything else potentially after?
No, I think it was more than 50, a little further than 55 feet to get to him. It was like 65, I think.
Gotcha. I might have had you in a different place. I might not have noticed. My bad, but continue. First attack, sword into it.
Yeah, I think it was just out of my reach. Yeah, so I'm doing
You were
two
just
sword
around that
attacks.
corner, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Gygax
I'm
doesn't know
just.
how to do geometry. I can get you there in 55 feet. You can move diagonally across that corner. You don't have to move, like, around
Okay.
it. It's
All
one
right.
of the things about this game that, again, Gygax, like, this game's designed for and against the use of math.
All right. Then in that case, I'm not going to waste it on the. I'm going to do a stunning strike to the first hit then.
Gotcha. So again, I prefer if you know exactly what you're going to attack here. Are you just putting everything into this Nothic? You're going to kill this thing basically. But like you're going for there's a stunning strike in one of the first hits, and then do you know what you're doing? Bonus action? Are you going to do just a normal unarmed strike?
I think so.
Well, this is one of the things, though. This is part of like what I've been trying to get from melee characters is to recognize like you kind of have to know what you're doing with your action. There's a little bit more wiggle room for your bonus action, but like, are you sword then unarmed striking? Like, what are you thinking about is going to happen this combat?
Okay, so I'm only planning on using one key per round. So that would mean I'm going to use the key on the first hit on the stunning strike, which would leave me with no flurry of blows. Like I'll
Gotcha.
call flurry of blows if I'm gonna, you know what I mean. I agree with you, and I hear what you're saying. I'll call flurry of blows. Otherwise, I'm gonna stick with one key. If I'm gonna do, I'll let you know if I'm gonna spend more than one. But for right now, in the beginning of combat, that's just the plan.
So then the next thing is like, are you doing 2 sword strikes into this thing with your action, and you're going to bonus attack unarmed strike?
No, because I thought I couldn't get there with the bonus action. I was gonna do 2 sword strikes to maximize, but now I'm gonna do one sword, 2 unarmed, or one sword, 1 unarmed
Gotcha.
for the action,
And then
and
the
one
bonus
bonus.
action.
Exactly.
Gotcha. So you basically increase your defense by pulling off with the sword at first. So let's see those first 2 strikes, basically. Sword and then the follow-up unarmed. So the second strike will hit. You can apply the stunning strike. I don't think there's any way it can save it. Your DC on yours is like 16 now.
Yeah, DC 16 con.
Yeah, there's no way it's got con that high. So that one is going to freeze. That second unarmed strike will be at advantage, dealing a total of 26 to it. That one's already take 16. I think that's just about where it's like severely wounded, like mortally wounded.
And that'll end turn. Good news is I have initiative. I mean, I have inspiration now.
And then that will take us to Brennick.
Okay, yeah. So Brannick is like these kind of sees these rotting gazes and the screaming Demilich and seeing Mr. Spay go down. He is going to throw out his hands again, and this time he is going to cast a vitriolic sphere. But I think Fenn's going to kind of like see maybe in his mind's eye, like as he kind of just what he's doing. So I'm going to give Fenn those 2d20 I rolled before. Those are the portent die. I forgot to roll them.
I saw that, yeah.
So I'm going to give him an 18 so that he will evade this.
Gotcha.
And I'm just going to, it's the same radius, so I'm just going to use the fireball, but it is a vitriolic sphere.
You've got a vitriolic sphere. If you open up the spells, you should see it.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
But I think regardless, we all know that you can 100% place that and hit everybody. Yep.
Yeah, so obviously don't want to avoid hitting Faye because she's down, but otherwise, and he's kind of like given the sort of warning to Fenn with his seeing the future. Sorry, let me roll the damage. And this was he is going kind of all out after seeing Faye go down, so it's 5th level. So if they pass, it's half of the 30 and none of the 14, and if they fail, it's at the end of their next turn when they take the secondary damage.
Yeah, so that should show as the acid kind of splashes. Right, it's acid damage, yeah. As the acid kind of like splashes out from the central point, like melting all of the flesh away from most of these eyed creatures. They're all just kind of collapsing before you. As they kind of crash down into the ground, you'll see that the skull doesn't really have flesh to burn away, but it also doesn't necessarily not have something to get damaged. You just kind of see signs of the acid having kind of splashed across it. Anything else from you besides that bit of movement? We'll go
Nope.
to
Yep,
Mr.
just the
Spay.
movement. That's all.
If you can switch over to Whisper and roll a death save. If you've got an inspiration, be a great time to roll a 20.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Excellent. Let's see. End of this turn. Brennick, roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
All right.
Son of a bitch. So nothing will happen there. As you kind of like feel the like words of the lichen tuning inside of your head. You can't quite make out what it's actually saying as it speaks in Old Netherese, but you can kind of like sense the like intoning of this chant as it kind of like looks towards you, and then it is going to. I think it's just going to kind of spin towards Fen and just starts to like it opens its mouth and there's just like a slow pickup of like a funneling of the air around you. And you can start to see as like the folds of his clothing almost like billow in this wind. And there just becomes kind of like a horrific kind of like growl that comes from this thing. Let me get a constitution saving throw from you, Fen. Inspired it was. You are going to lose 22 hit points as it siphons this out of you. You can see like these points where the acid is still like etching into the skull as it dissipates. And we're gonna go to I think it's gonna fly kind of it's one of the things about flying. I think it's gonna fly up and away from you. As it kind of goes maybe like a little bit to the south and probably like 15 or 20 feet up into the air.
And that's not permanent reduction, right?
No, it's necrotic, but it's more that it's draining your life into its body. It heals
Yeah,
itself rather than you're prevented from healing.
gotcha. Just want to clarify.
It would be great if Roll20 that there was a way to really easily indicate like elevation, like make it one of the sort of things you can put on there, like this, like visible to everyone.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that it's severely frustrating. I feel like the closest I ever got to it was that map where I had like a separate side of the map where you had a separate token that just showed the actual elevation of the token.
Yeah.
But I think from their perspective, it wouldn't be that difficult because you guys can't see the life counter. Yeah, I wonder. My bad though. The lich is finished. It's going to go to you with Fen. If you have any thoughts.
Well, I think Fenn's gonna finish off what. So I'm gonna forget about the AC bonus, and I'm gonna do one sword
My
attack.
bad. Hold up. Right now, it is just the skull. All of the other creatures are all dead at this point.
Okay. Well, in that case, I am going to. Fucker. I'm gonna store the. I'm gonna store the sword. And take the dodge action and end my turn. Actually, I'm going to take the dodge action and I am going to run onto this roof here.
Gotcha. Do you have any healing to you? Mistress Fey is currently unconscious. If you're going to climb and approach a roof, do you want to go after the one that's closer to the lich and try to leap onto it?
You mean there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna go for a roof, you could still attack the lich. It's not so far away from you guys that I'm making it impossible to get to. But I do think it has a certain sense of it doesn't have to fight you guys on the ground. And then the second thought is if you're not going to fight the Lich, can you do anything to help Mistress Faye?
Then yeah, you're right. So I'm gonna run over and action, reach into my backpack and pull out the greater healing potion. Or actually, I think it's just a straight healing potion.
Gotcha. So effectively at this point you are preparing, or rather prepared, to administer a healing potion.
Correct.
So you can grab the actual potion and administer it to Mistress Faye. So if you go for the action, that is perfectly acceptable to give her that healing potion. I believe 2d4 plus 2.
Correct.
If you click that pink, yep. Crushing, 1 off of perfect. So you can take those 7 healing points there from Mistress Faye. Any other movement that you would like to do with Fen? Otherwise, we will push on to Brennick.
Yep, that's end of turn.
Yeah, so Brannick, as this thing starts flying up, he doesn't want it to get away. Yeah, I think he's going to cast. He did on Fenn's advice. He did prepare 1 additional spell that he thought maybe could come in handy. He is going to cast Bigby's Hand and attempt to grapple this skull. Wow, that's a long spell. But essentially, not the interposing hand, the grasping hand, I think it's called. Attempts to grapple a huge or smaller creature within 5 feet of it. It looks like it's just like a grapple contested check. So I think it escapes because the hand has a +8, but I think meter beat, so it does not manage to grab it.
Yeah, I've got a +5 too.
Oh, right, yeah.
Strength-wise, it is not strong, but I can use acrobatics for this one. Bigby's hand just tries to clench around it, and you see as the skull kind of floats around and kind of passes through a little gap in its hand. Theoretically, that is the end of your turn, where the skull is then. Let me actually move that towards the back. The skull is actually going to fly down and closer to you all, where it is next to almost all of you at this point.
Oh, was I able to move before I ended my turn, or?
Oh, go ahead and move. My bad.
Yeah, because I was kind of with the idea that maybe essentially he wants to kind of move over, kind of keep some distance, and I promise that's not metagaming. I was planning to do that before I knew what it was going to do.
I think it's going to fly up 10 more feet then. And then it's going to go to Mistress Faye. 7 hit points. You are unconscious or you're coming to consciousness on the ground. theoretically, you have both of your swords dropped to the side. What are you doing?
I'm actually going to go ahead and grab my one of my swords, and I'm going to use my bonus action to do my second wind. And then I'm going to go ahead and make sure I stand all the way up. And that'll be it.
You don't want to cast anything? You don't want to throw something? What do you got? Anything at all?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I can cast something, actually. I can cast Shatter.
Wait, I feel like Shatter does way more damage than that.
It's the 3d8. I rolled 2 1s.
Dear Lord. Yeah, so as like the thunder cracks around, you just see as like the skull kind of like maintains. Is that everything within 30 feet?
10 feet. It's a 10-foot radius.
But it is everything? Does it say all creatures?
Let's see. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a
Is
constitution.
Bigby's hand a creature?
I think it's considered an object.
Oh, it
Shatter
says
does more
a
damage
creature
to
made
objects.
of inorganic material such as stone, crystal, or metal has a disadvantage on the saving throw. A non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes the damage if it is in the spell's area.
Gotcha. It's a magical object, so it sounds like that's good then. Non-magical object was the key word there. So yeah, it kind of resists that. Is it save or half? Like save or suck that it takes 0 damage, or save or half? I guess it doesn't matter. If it's save or half, I take no damage from it anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't say save half. It just says makes the saving throw. So I don't think you take damage if you make the saving throw.
Start of my turn, I take 14 more acid from the vitriolic.
Actually, it would have been the end of it. I think it's the end of its next turn. So either at the end of
Okay,
the
it's
last
the
turn
end
or
of
at
this
the end of
turn.
this. At the end of this turn is when it actually takes it. Yeah. Because like the turn after it takes the initial damage, at the end of that turn it takes it.
Okay, so I think it should have taken it at the end of last turn then.
Yeah, because last turn I cast Bigby's Hands, would have been the turn before that I cast Vitriolic Sphere. Yeah.
So it is going to, at the end of Mistress Faye's turn, you all see as it starts like cackling into the air, and like a void of darkness kind of forms in the center of its mouth. All of you kind of feel this pull towards you. You need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw as you feel life drained out of yourselves.
Inspiration.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more inspiration. I used it last round.
So Fen used inspiration. You're good. Brennick, you as well are good on that one. Mistress Faye, your hit point maximum is going to reduce by 8. So you should be at 19 hit points, but your hit point maximum went down by that same amount of 8. And theoretically, that is potentially forever. And then as this like black void kind of dissipates and the cackle starts to kind of die away, you all are just going to hear that same horrific scream as it starts a another Constitution saving throw from it. Ben falls unconscious. And oh, Mr. Spade just makes it. So this time Fen falls to 0 hit points. Just kind of maintaining the same point. It's about 30 feet up above you all. It's going to go to Fen. If you can switch over to Whisper and send me a death saving throw. That sucks, but you do get inspiration for your next one. No way not to really say that out loud, but guys, he just failed too. Be a great time for one of you to save his life. It's going to go to Brennick.
Yeah, so Brennick is so Brannick is going to seeing Fen go down, he's gonna move. He's gonna use his bonus action to cause the Big B's hand to essentially try to punch the fist, the Demilich.
Gotcha. Going for the punch attack.
Ooh, sorry, I have to roll the to hit.
I think theoretically that is. It's got like a +8, right? It's like your spell bonus.
Strength is +8. Hold on, sorry, not super familiar with this spell. Make a melee spell attack for the hand using your game statistics, so that would be +9.
Gotcha. Yeah, solid strike with it. Hits for 16 damage.
And he is running over to Fen, and with his action, he is pulling out a potion of healing and feeding it to Fen.
So Fen goes up to 8 hit points there, and we'll go to Mistress Faye. Battle's taking place about like 20 or so feet to your left, but 30 feet above your head. What do you got, Mistress Faye?
I don't know once.
Could reiterate to you, while you can't just break the skull in half because it's like nearing, like has taken damage, being creative is always something that you can find positive results to. It's just usually one of those things that there's risk reward. So try to be creative, but I also might make it dangerous for you. Just like when Brennick had the chance to save you, he also had the chance to fall over the edge as well and find himself in the same problem. So that's one of those things, like, think outside of the box because you're a ground fighter and this thing's flying above you.
Oh, then yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to. This one probably be really risky. I'm going to get up underneath it where it's at, essentially, and I'm going to aim up with Agonizer Scorcher.
Gotcha. So as it kind of like dodges out of the way, the entire gout of fire just blasts directly past this thing. From what you can tell, didn't even hit it at all.
All right.
Any other movement or bonus action?
So, would Agonizer Scorcher potentially hit the hand? I think that would hit objects, right? Anything in its path.
Technically, the Scorcher is a 5-foot line, right?
Yeah, it's a 5 foot wide. It says a line of roaring flame 30 feet long and 5 feet wide emanates from
If you were
you.
trying to grapple it, I would have it hit. But on this level, because you punched it, theoretically, you're in a different space now.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually going to because when I move, I only move 15 feet. I'm gonna go ahead and move those 15 feet back to right beside them.
Gotcha. Were you still selected on your character that you can see yourself, or?
There we go. Yeah, I'm good. That'd be it for her.
I'm trying to think what I did for legendary actions right now, and I think I let a whole round go by again. So we're gonna do um who comes last? Last is Mistress Faye. Mistress Faye, make a wisdom saving throw, please. As it looks towards you and starts to intone, and it starts to
Hey,
yes, starts to chant these words that you don't fully understand, and you see as your flesh starts to like almost blacken as these lines like fill it, and you can see all of these different letters and like intoned signs kind of almost tattoo themselves to your flesh and kind of sink in, and you just feel like a drain to your being. You have disadvantage on any attacks, pretty much anything you go to do at present. You have disadvantage on attacks and saving throws.
Ooh, okay.
It is going to move basically up to and next to you all, where it is like 10 feet overhead. And you're going to see as its mouth starts to open and it creates this like funnel of dark energy into its mouth. And once again, you can see like all of the loose fabric on all of your clothes kind of pulling towards it. And it's going to start to suck the life out of you all. I need Constitution saving throws from all three of you.
Okay, if I fail this one, I'm going to use my Indomitable action to try it again.
I don't think you have to call out the abdominal ahead of time, other than to let me know so I don't call something out too fast. But all of you are good. Nobody suffers any hit point loss here as it tries to cycle and siphon this life out of you. Let's see, 20 feet probably. So yeah, I think it'll go back up to about 20 feet overhead as it kind of like just kind of levitates up further once it moves down towards you. And we're going to go to Fen. You are prone on the ground, coming back to consciousness. Your sword is beside you, and Brennick is kind of overhead, healing you. What would you like to do?
I'm sorry, I had the wrong button pushed. So the potion that we have stored in our equipment and not in our backpack, that what kind of action is to use that? Is that still an action or is that a bonus action?
Like each of you can have your own potion that is a bonus action for you to take. Once you use it, that potion is gone. So it would be like an action to put something else there later.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand up using half my movement, so I still have 22 feet left. I am going to bonus action drink my stored greater healing potion. Oh, you sons of bitches. That will use the one that I had prepared. So that is my bonus action. I still have a free action, correct?
Theoretically, to grab your sword, but yes, you do.
Well, I'm actually going to pull out the longbow from
Gotcha.
where I am, and then take 2 shots. For a total of 19, and that will end my turn.
Your Kensi weapons are always magical, right? Those are essentially magical arrows, right?
Correct. The weapons are magical, yes.
So you see as these kind of like sink into. I think this is the first time you've done any sort of physical damage to this. But you see that not only do these have like a reduced effect, but like I don't know how to describe it. You're watching as like the arrows would hit, and you expect for some sort of damage to happen to the skull. There's like little points where you can almost feel like there's a little bit chipped away. But by and large, your arrows are doing less than you would expect as you sink 1, 2 shots into this thing. Um,
Get it, Ray.
so I'm gonna do uh, end of your turn. It's going to whip up a cloud of dust, kind of picking up the Chardolin that's kind of all scattered around the city, and it starts to swirl around this creature. You guys start to feel these points as they stab into your flesh, and you kind of struggle to keep an eye. You need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm going to try to reroll that.
How many times can you do this?
Only once. I didn't do it last time because it was a success.
Got you. How worried are you about dust versus shit that I can do that can knock you unconscious? You're welcome to re-roll it if you would like.
I'm more worried about the stuff that can knock me unconscious.
Okay. You are currently blinded. Brennick and Mistress Faye are blinded as this dust whirls about you. And then it's going to go to Brennick. You still have a solid sense where it is. You're going to be at disadvantage to attack it with something that is like a point to target. But if you do a saving throw, Brennick, nothing changes in the least bit for you to do that. And there's no reason that you wouldn't be able to get the hand to attack as well with your bonus action. The difference comes in as if you try to do like a firebolt.
Yeah, well, he was planning to throw up another vitriolic sphere, and even as like kind of this dust starts to blind him, he's essentially kind of pointing up where he saw it and launching one up towards the skull. I think it's high enough now that there's not much risk of it hitting us on the ground.
Yeah, I think the same thing. It's perfectly functional for you to be able to control that enough that you can definitely do so.
Yeah. And I'm gonna use my second portent die to make it fail the saving throw, or give it an 8, I should say.
I think once again, purely because you're fucking with it, I've already failed this one once. This time, I think just as kind of a proof to you trying to predict the future, you're just going to once again hear inside of your head. And I think it translated to common last time, so I'm going to do it again, where it just kind of like laughs at you and it's like, your ability to see the future lacks all intelligence. I have stared into the abyss. And it's just going to pass. But I think that's still a save, which it takes 0 when it passes.
Should take half the initial damage.
No, it has evasion. Like, it
Oh,
has
gotcha.
avoidance, which is evasion for everything.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but he is then going to send the hand after it, and I think the hand will, and he will essentially just try to punch it again.
Yeah, that first vitriolic sphere was so much better damage than this one. But the idea of just having it fuck with you purely because you're making it fail, I feel like fits like the not audacity, but like the hubris.
Oh yeah, it's like, well, it's like, so it knows I knew the future, so it knew. Yeah, it's like one more step beyond that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like future predicting the future, predicting the future. But yeah, you smash into it with the Big B's hand, solid strike there, and another 15.
He is going to try to move. As well. And let me know if I need to make a concentration check to maintain the hand, because like I know sometimes like environmental effects can be,
That cloud doesn't actually do any damage, but it also doesn't necessarily call for or force concentration. I feel like cold sphere, there's like a snowstorm that what it is really, really good for is actually forcing mages to lose concentration. Because it's like you've got to make a concentration for each like 5 feet that you try to move through it. It's just like you don't get to concentrate and move through this.
Gotcha.
I think it is going to move across to here. I think that's it. And it's going to get a little bit lower, probably about 10 feet off the ground again. And it will go to Mistress Faye.
Okay, so Mrs. Foy is blinded, correct?
You are indeed.
All right, then she's going to go ahead and I think she will notice that she can still push direct the direction stuff, but she's going to try to move out of this area, so she's going to move like south, basically her movement.
Gotcha. So one thing to keep in mind, you are blinded. You're still welcome to attack this thing. It's just you're at disadvantage to do so. Blinded doesn't immediately ask you to forget that you know like where the creature might be. It's the same thing as when you guys were in the darkness versus Arl. It's not forcing you to not be able to attack her. It's just making it extremely difficult because you hear like this thing cackle as it moves, or whatever it is. You have other senses that can bring you there. You just can't target it with your eyes.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, she's gonna move to try to attack it from where it cackled. She's gonna use just her. She's gonna use her action to do her sword actions.
Gotcha. So you can move towards it and make your attacks at disadvantage. I think currently you only have one sword. I actually don't remember where you fell and you dropped your other sword.
It was right there where I just moved from. I haven't picked it up yet.
Gotcha. So theoretically, you could free action still pick it up, though.
Ah, shoot, then yeah, I'll pick that up as well and try to move to attack.
So you are perfectly welcome to make all 4 attacks if that is your plan. 3 with your main hand disadvantage and 1 with your offhand disadvantage.
Okay, so one of those did roll to see if it hit. All right, well, that is all 4 of them.
Do you have the fighting style that lets you do your strength bonus, like your bonus to your offhanded weapon?
Let me check.
Yeah, modifier to the damage of the second attack. So they are essentially the same word. So, yeah, 1 hits, miss, miss, miss. So you land 1 strike on the skull as you cut into it, and you'll deal 5 damage. Are your weapons magical? Is your main weapon magical?
No, but these are just the same 2 regular swords. They're not magical unless I cast Green Blade or the magic spell.
This is the first time that you've hit with one of these. So I might have failed to describe this for you, but if this is the first time, you're currently blinded and you don't see. Like when you make your weapon, like your special weapon, your ritual weapon, that doesn't make it magical. You just can't be disarmed of it.
Yeah, it says you can perform a 1-hour ritual to create a magical bond between yourself and one weapon. Once completed, you can't be disarmed of the weapon unless you are incapacitated, and you can summon it as a bonus action to your hand. If it's on the same plane of existence, you can have up to 2 bonded weapons.
Yeah. I don't think you can see at present, so we'll just kind of continue there. And it's gonna go to end of your turn. We're going to do. I feel like I miscalculated that. I think it's just gonna fly a little bit closer to Brannick because I miscalculated. And then it's gonna howl again. You get Constitution saving throws as you see its mouth open up into that massive gape, and it's just going to scream. Wah! Fen will once again fall unconscious. The other 2 of you are fine. Then, if you can switch to a whisper, throw me a whisper. Or throw me a death save. And then we're going to go to Brennick.
We're still in this dust storm, right? Still blinded?
My bad. Till the end of its turn, so you are no longer blinded.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So Brannick is going to. I think the hand can reach it again. I think it can move up to 60 feet.
1 second. My apologies here. All right, good. Rashad's actually at disadvantage because of the curse. I wanted to make sure that last one worked. What was your question there? The hand can move?
Yeah, I was just checking how much range it had. So I think it can move up to 60 feet, and I'm gonna try to punch again with a bonus action. 18
+9?
or no,
Oh, yeah,
you're right.
+9. You are going to punch right past it and miss. This thing's AC is 20.
Okay. With my as he's kind of sending the hand over there with his action, he is I think he is going to cast a third level magic missile. I think third level is 5 missiles.
I got 19 damage.
Yep, 19. That's what I got too.
So you will see the first like cracks kind of starting to form through this skull as your magic missile like hits into the same spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can start to see that there's like a spider web of cracks kind of extending out from this point.
Yep, and he's moving a little bit more, and that is all for him.
I think on this one we're gonna go for it starts to open its mouth, draining life force from all of you. I think let me get a con save from Mistress Faye and Brennick, and then just reduce your max hit points. I think just take a failed death save with Fen. And all of you are going to have your maximum hit points reduced by 8 as it sucks life out of you. It's not fixing those holes that have kind of developed, but it is reducing all of your lives.
And weird question. Would that also remove temporary hit points?
It doesn't necessarily affect your temporary hit points.
Okay, so just
you would take the damage from your temporary hit points first, because you always take the damage from temporary hit points first. But your maximum hit points are what gets reduced.
Okay, so in that case, I essentially I have to take the so essentially okay, so I was at full.
Here, hold up 1 second. Did you still have all 10 hit points from Ilmater? Or not Ilmater?
Yes.
So you would lose 8 of those and have 2. And then in the bottom left, if you actually click on your hit points, in the bottom left, you should see max hit point modifier, and you just want to put that at -8.
Right. Okay, so my question was, I thought maybe my current hit points couldn't be above my max.
Well, that's part of the problem, is it actually deals more damage to you because you had temporary hit points.
Okay, so it reduces both my max hit points and the temporary hit points by 8. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. My bad if that's how you first asked it, but that's kind of the odd quirk of how those two things interplay. Because temporary hit points are always come off first.
Yeah, and that's why I was a little confused, so I just wanted clarification. So thanks. Yeah.
Do a con save as well on Bigby's hand, just DC 10.
Oh yeah.
And then it's Mistress Faye there.
All right, so Mrs. Faye is actually going to use her last potion on Finn.
Gotcha. Siphon that potion over to Fen, and then do you have anything to do as bonus? Would you like to move? What kind of thoughts do you have after you heal your friend?
It was
You guys have rolled really, really poorly for these really big potions.
yeah, it's I'm like, bruh, but dude, how far off the ground is that creature?
I think right now it's only 10 feet off the ground.
Okay, let's be good. Then I am going to go ahead and let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do my attacks into it.
You've already used your action to heal him. You're
Oh,
on
yeah,
bonus
that's right. That's
actions.
right. My bad.
Do you
Nah.
want to use action search to make an attack?
Uh, yeah, I'm gonna use my action surge.
Gotcha. So theoretically, using action surge, you're basically on a fresh turn right now. You've still got your bonus action. You've not used it. You've not really moved at all. You have an action and your bonus actions. So you can move up to it, try to make some attacks on it.
I'm gonna just do my attacks.
Gotcha. So you're just doing 3 swipes? Or do
Yeah,
you mean just doing your attacks like all 4, like with the bonus action?
yeah, all 4.
Gotcha. First one is going to miss as you swipe out at this thing. Like, second one misses as well, swiping out. You can feel these like tattoos all over your flesh, like burning your flesh as you try to attack it. The third as well, and they just glow on your flesh, and you can feel this curse. Ooh, you know what? I think I curse you. My bad. Roll a wisdom saving throw for me here. I should put a counter on it. Alright, you can make all of those attacks without the curse. I'm not sure how many turns pass by, but I did forget that you could actually save that. So, first attack misses. Second attack is a solid strike. Third and fourth are going to miss as well. But you do land one on target. And this is where you're going to see your weapon has no effect against this creature.
Alrighty.
You need to pull out a magical weapon or start using spells. Let's see. I did the energy drain. It is going to, I think, whip up another whirlwind around it. I think this one is just going to basically blind Mistress Faye. Make a Constitution saving throw for me. And that one you are good. It's a big one right there. Oh, wait a second. Fenn's back conscious because you healed him. It was for the 10 hit points. Fen, will you make a Constitution saving throw for me as well? And then that's for the blindness. But then I'm going to have all of you make another con save, as once again it is going to howl and try to suck the living life out of you all. So good on blindness, good on the howl. Brannick is going to fall unconscious. Your hit points will go to 0, and the Bigby's hand will disappear. And Mistress Faye, this is a good chance to use that ability to roll it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and roll that again, and I can only do it once. So
Yeah, in the future, use that as the first one when I got all of your hit points, but it's at least better now than over like the blindness. But it's not quite enough. You are still going to fall unconscious as you hear this howl. And it's going to go to Fen. Creature is bloodied. You can see like the signs of it, the skull like cracking. Your friends have both fallen unconscious, even in the moment of watching Mistress Faye heal you. Your sword is still beside you. Your bow is right beside you as well. What would Fen like to do? The skull's still 10 feet over the ground.
So could I attack him with the longsword?
I see no reason why you couldn't. Pick it up and go for the kill. Go all out on this thing.
Man. They're both down.
They are indeed.
So when you say fall unconscious, you basically mean dead?
They are
More than,
technically at 0 hit
zero.
points.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Do you want to take a break here and actually take some time to think about it?
Yeah.
Sounds great to me. So let's take a break here. You guys can all plot and plan together. I'd like at least 5 minutes, but let's take 5 or 15 minutes here and make this decision, because this is precisely why we play D&D here. You guys are all in dire straits. This is where a 20 from one of them could change the game because they jump back into it. Then you might be able to take this thing down in a round of attacks. It's hard to tell, and you do already know that even with your magical like effect on key, you deal reduced damage to this thing. But pretty much everything does reduce damage to this thing. But yeah, let's take a few moments once everybody's back, plot and plan, and we'll jump into it when everybody's ready.
Yep, sounds good. Be back in a few.
Excellent.
Quick question: would a 17 have still failed? And first question, I guess, was that thing considered a spell attack? If not, then it's a moot point. Never mind.
It is not a spell attack. It's just an action.
Gotcha. I kind of figured, but just wanted to check.
That's one of those weird things where, like, technically a Demilich doesn't actually use spells. These are all abilities and, like, basically features. And it's one of those things that kind of falls into a very gray area of the game.
Yeah, well, because I know like certain creatures have like magic resistance, which specifically says and other magical effects, but the mental spell resistance specifically is limited to spells. So
Yeah.
Oh, well, Justin, what are your thoughts here? I'm perusing my character sheet, seeing if I got anything here.
yeah, so Brannick he has one potion that is still he has like on his pack. I don't know if Fenn would know that or if he can see it. But if you were going to try to get someone up, he does have that potion prepared. The one he fed to Mistress Faye, he took out of his pack.
I don't see any reason why you guys shouldn't share resources like this when you have downtime. If it's something you picked up today and you kept hidden from everybody, makes sense that they wouldn't necessarily know about it. But I do feel like if you have a healing potion or you have 4 healing potions, at some point you're sharing that with everybody else.
Yeah, that's his last. That's the last one he's got. But he has had it on, readied for a while. It's not new.
So wait, readied as in that's your bonus action one? Because that would be on your belt then.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's even easier to find. I mean, it still takes an action to give to somebody, but it's very clearly visible too.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to check. Yeah.
Okay, well, the question is, so we do that, and then I don't have an attack, right?
It does end up using your action, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a question of whether you try to go and just kind of lay into it. Because even if you get us up, right, we could go right back down again.
Yeah, we're still gonna have to save again. Which 2 people, but then we're back in the same conundrum we are, and just one turn later and less resources down.
Well, for one thing to keep in mind also, that those were terrible rolls as far as it comes to you guys. This thing gets it back 1/3 of the time, but it doesn't necessarily mean the dice are going to show that. I just got it both of the last 2 turns, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, I'm back. I do have a quick question. For Finn, when he does his attacks, since he's a monk, do his hands count as weapons, or is that still just hands?
What do you mean weapons? In what relation? Like, what's the pertinence of the question? What are you asking it in relation to? Because I would say generally, yes, Fen is indeed entirely a weapon.
Okay, because what I was gonna do is I got this magic weapon spell. It's this type of non-magical weapon, and basically just touch his hands and attempt to give him a bonus on his attacks, +1 bonus to attacks rolls and damage rolls. I
Can you
can
cast that
also
on your own weapon?
Yeah, I think that would be more about do that for yourself than necessarily him. He's already magical.
Okay, I was gonna say I could, but at the same time, I was gonna say I could also just pull out the great sword because I can only cast it on one weapon.
Well, do you have green flame blade as well? Does that turn it into a magical weapon for that attack or no?
Yeah, I do have green flame blade. Oh wait. Oh shit.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't cast magical weapon. As far as I'm concerned, you cannot cast magical weapon on Fen because one, um he's not a non-magical weapon. He's a creature, like a being. And 2, he's also has magical hands.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, he said the green flame blade, and I just remembered I could, since I got 2 swords, I could actually I could cast magical weapon on one and green flame blade on the other.
Green flame blade's going to deal damage, but that's not going to make the weapon magical.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how that spell worked, so that's why I was curious.
This is a very unique situation where there's very few creatures that are immune to non-magical damage, and they have resistance to magical damage. Very few creatures in the game have this. That's part of what comes with fighting a lich, is that extra. I mean, it's also part of why this thing has less hit points than most things. Is it doesn't need hit points because it pretty much has resistance to everything.
Okay, so the green flame blade would deal damage. Okay. Okay, I think I know what to do. Enchant one weapon, make it magical. Then green flame blade. That can I green flame blade on top of not on top of magical weapon?
Aren't you down?
Well, once you turn it into a magical weapon, it should deal damage, even if it's reduced.
Right. And yeah, I am down, but I'm just saying like I didn't know how this was going or whatnot. I'm just making.
Do you have a potion in your equipment?
Oh no, I used my last one on you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I used the last one on you.
And I mean, if you are going to get someone up, I mean,
The mage.
maybe, yeah. I mean, it's easier for me to deal it damage than for Mistress Faye at this point.
Yeah,
Is that
you're
where
right.
you guys are at, though? You have one healing potion left between the group?
I have one regular in my
Gotcha.
backpack. In my backpack. So you know what? Since I'm going to waste the action anyways, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to make my movement over, and I'm going to take my last healing potion out and feed it to Brannick.
Gotcha. Is everybody else otherwise ready to kind of jump back into things here?
Yeah, I'm ready. Kill this thing.
And you said your last healing potion is just a normal.
Sons of bitches.
The dice with our healing potions, the dice hate us when we try to use healing potions. I swear it does.
Dude, I've seen so much red tonight, starting with my goddamn initiative.
All right, so you can run over to him, get that healing potion down. I don't know if there's any sense in using a key to dodge because I don't actually attack you with this thing at all. Everything that you guys have to deal with is always saving throws. So I'm not sure if you have any thoughts about, do you want to, what is it? You've probably moved most of that movement because you have to stand up for half.
Right.
But do you have any thought on any other movement? Potentially bonus action with Step of the Wind to move further? Do you have any thoughts? Otherwise, we'll go to Brennick here.
No, I'm going to stand my ground.
So moving towards Brennick. Oh, when you stand up for a free action, what do you think you're grabbing? Your sword or your bow?
I grab the sword.
The non-blue bow is really easy to not see. But otherwise, we will push over to Brennick. What would you like to do, sir?
Yeah, Brannick is going to stand up, and yeah, I mean, he's going to try another third level magic missile at the lich as he is moving down towards Mistress Faye.
5 missiles. Think you could potentially get it into mortally wounded.
Oop, hold on, let me take me off Whisper. Sorry. I have 4 more here. It looks like 17. I accidentally whispered the first one, so
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I think at the end of your turn, it is going to drain life from everyone. So 1 failed death save for Mistress Faye, and then I need a Constitution saving throw from Fen and Brennick. Brennick's good. Fen is, I think, good on that one. Energy drain, yes, DC 15. And then Mistress Faye, you are going to lose, I don't think it matters, but 13 from your maximum hit points. And then 1 death saving throw. And if you can switch over to Whisper, you need to roll a 20 here. Definitely don't roll a 1. And then it will return to it. And I think on this one, it is going to pretty similar thing. This is the one where you guys watch as your clothes kind of ripple as it kind of like opens its mouth, and there's just like an open void that it starts to suck your life into. And it's going to try to heal itself. Let's get some con saves from 2 of you living, and it's going to be another death save failed for Mistress Faye on the ground. Brennick, you are going to lose 18 points. But this is just damage, just 18 damage. So that should drop you unconscious anyways, my bad.
Yeah. But not, I mean, not that it probably matters, but it doesn't affect the max. It's just regular damage.
Yep, that's just regular damage. But this is going to heal it. Oh, wait a second. Is that a 10-footer? Oh, I didn't do the math. Brennick is the one who's not 10 feet from it. So don't take any damage there, Brennick. Fen passed. I only had the other 2 in its range. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Gonna go for it, because I made the mistake. Fen. So, my bad, Brennick. Put yourself back at what you were. You were out of range of that attack.
Okay.
All right. Well, it all comes down to this. I'm unleashing everything. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna longsword. I'm stunning strike. I'm death striking. I'm flurry of blowing, and I'm stunning striking everything just in case.
How many ki do you have? If you're making a total of 4 attacks, are you going... You still got the longsword as a +3 weapon. Are you doing longsword, death strike, stunning strike, longsword, death strike, stunning strike, and then flurry of blows?
I'm gonna do the well, flurry of blows has to be unarmed.
Yeah, but what I mean is, how many ki are you about to drop into this? Can you do multiple death strikes?
Yeah, I can do stunning strike, multiple stunning strikes, as
But
long
not
as I have
multiple
key.
death strikes.
No, I only 1 death strike. Well, yeah,
Gotcha.
only 1 death strike per turn.
So, like, do you think 4 ki, or do you think you're potentially going to try to stun it with potentially all 4 attacks?
Yeah, I'm planning on all 4.
All right, gotcha. So, it's 10 feet off the ground. You can get to it just as much as you could, like, jump up to it. But as far as things go, kind of stepping up, leaping onto this thing for the first strike. Let's see these attacks from... I got this right. Like, first 2 of these are sword attacks, right?
Yeah, I'm
+3.
forgetting. Yeah, I'm forgetting the agile parry. For no defense doesn't matter against this shit.
Excellent.
And I have 7 keys, so I got plenty to cover it. I'm gonna blow pretty much everything in one shot, but I'm going for it.
Gotcha. Didn't have inspiration though, right? Yeah,
No, I
first
don't.
strike. That's going to be all it takes to destroy this thing. You are going to leap into it. You're going to deal... Oh, wait, that is reduced still. It's 6. But you have another +3 to that, so it's technically 16, so 8 damage. I have 5 hit points left. That's going to be enough. You are going to leap into this, And with the first strike through with your sword, as you cut down and through it, it's just going to explode into shatters. The skull, all of these gems, it's like golden, like gem-studded teeth, all of it just kind of shatters to the ground. And you'll watch as one after another, they all are going to like dissipate as they like vaporize on the ground. Think even if I got within range
Huzzah!
of Brennick, you were going to be able to kill it there.
Yeah, in retrospect, that was the right call because that magic missile was just what we needed to bring it down.
No, yeah, those magic missiles were huge. It doesn't have much health, and it doesn't have anything that it can do against that. That's simply just damage that it takes.
Well done, lads.
Yeah, I was getting worried because my well, yeah, I mean, I had some lower level spells left, but I am also going to, as I see Fen kind of shatter this thing, I will feed my last healing potion to get Mistress Faye up if she's well. I'll check, make sure she's alive, and then try to heal her if she is.
Oh, I didn't actually pay attention. Shit, I forgot the order. After Fen, it's Brennick, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
so you do go before he has another chance, but I think he was at one fail and one success. Or no, just one fail. No, yeah, because you rolled a success. So he was at 1 and 1 because I dealt damage to him. Oh, at the second one though. Yeah. So he
No,
was
it was
technically
two.
one fail
Yeah,
away from death.
yeah, 2 fails, 1 success.
So this is where effectively we're kind of going to drop out of the actual game time here. And we'll continue to kind of ask you guys some questions here, but kind of get further and further towards actually wrapping things up. Eventually returning back up to the actual spire and trying to make your way into the spire top, like into his actual private study. Let me have you all roll an intelligence check. So maybe it takes you one, maybe it takes you two trips up there where you guys try different combinations of like how to sit down in these chairs and what you're supposed to do to get this doorway to open. What it ends up turning out to be, you guys need to sit down in the chairs and open the doorway. When you think about opening the door opens. So when you went up there and you all cast your spells, the moment you kind of cast the spells, you almost like prevented yourselves from being able to do it. But at some point when the three of you return up there, Mistress Faye just like, what if we think about opening the doorway? And you'll just see as a doorway pops up in front of you inside of that like conglomeration of stars. Looks like it froze again because I switched you guys over to another map and it did not. As I said it picked up. It's just lagging.
So we're on the main page again.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
There's not really much reason to like put you guys in this space, but for what it's worth, I mean, this is the final study. So, yeah, once you make it up here, this is just a large chamber with like a small little library in the center of kind of those like circular books there. Upper level is kind of filled with a bunch of different like instruments and little like tinkering toys. You can kind of see like signs of like alchemical tests, simple things like like a globe up there. You can kind of see this is a little personal study that's a little bit beyond the other things.
So knowing what Avarice was looking for, Brannick is going to focus kind of if he starts looking, trying to look through here for the staff that she was after. I guess he doesn't know what it looks like, but a staff within the study.
Yeah, I mean, looking around here, once you guys start to invest the time, there's other encounters that would happen here, but I'm skipping over them. Some of the security systems. Looking over things with enough time in this place, you guys can indeed eventually find the staff that she would be looking for. There's only a single staff up in this place. It is another staff that is made of Chardolin. It's far more ornate than the one that you picked up down on the lower levels, and you can actually see kind of like the inscribed names, eventually translating them realistically. But wait, you have the. Do you still have the touch one, where when you touch something you can read?
Yes, I didn't change it from that after the library, so.
Yeah, so when you touch it, you can actually see these names of effectively the High Masters of Yithrin over time, and eventually coming to High Master Iriolarthas as the most recent. Picking up the staff, when you eventually attune to it, this is a staff of power. You can find up here that there is indeed his spell book, and it is effectively a damn, I can't think what the actual spell book is when it's like can't be damaged, but this is the one spell book in this entire game that is left over from Yithrin. You can collect the Incantations of Iriolarthas. As well, it has a single piece of parchment folded up and rolled inside of it that you can see is a scroll of Tarask summoning.
Damn, between between that and Scroll of Comet, I could really mess some places up. uh, but yeah, he is not going to. He's going to put that away, but that is not something he wants to mess around with. Even Uh,
You can find 4 more vials of that quicksilver up here. You can find some intricate things just worth a lot of money, including like a crystal rod that's worth like around 2,000 gold. Yeah, this is one of those things where you guys kind of start to come across everything, and it's just a matter of inside of the city, is there anything else that kind of piqued your interests? Because the way I was going to show you one thing, she died. You guys let Everest die, and what she was going for, you guys will never know. Oh,
yeah,
you would actually pass her by in that mirror room. She is frozen in a block of ice in the exact same way that you saw Velixis freeze into a block of ice. She is just a massive cube of ice, and any amount of like attacking it, using fire to try to melt it, does absolutely nothing at all.
yeah, and I think she had told us that she was trying to escape La Vista. So when we see her, we might be able to put two and two together and realize, very belatedly, that that's what happened to Velixis, and maybe Velixis had some sort of, you know, deal or pact with the same entity.
Yeah, I think that would be a solid start for, again, into the future of things. Like if Don like finds a time where it starts to work, that is the type of thing where potentially you guys could do some sort of like smaller one shots or whatnot to like do like a save Velixis kind of thing. That purely comes up to you guys if you ever care to do it. Kind of in the grand scheme of things. But otherwise, I think at this point, it's kind of just a question of like, did anything kind of mysterious in the city, if we treat with the city first, because you guys are here, did anything kind of continue to pique your interest about the city at present?
I mean, the Mythaler definitely. I think, like, what's it actually like? What's what's it actually doing? Like, what sort of power is it actually still giving off? Or
Putting enough time into kind of researching both here and in the library, you can find out that to activate the Mythaler, you need a Staff of Power. So you do indeed have what it takes to activate this, specifically Iriolarthas' staff. Among the things that happened, you can find inside of his notes that at some point the spindle in the stasis room activated and they crashed to the ground. Everyone was killed, or everyone who was killed during months that went by when there was no magic in the entirety of the city. And most had passed on before there was any semblance of magic returning. So you guys have a solid understanding that when the spindle activated, it prevents magic from happening. So you guys might understand where the spindle is.
That crystal that Earl was staring at, was it possible to destroy that, and what would have happened if we had destroyed it?
Well, let me continue with you guys kind of in character. So, like, keep that in mind for something once we actually talk about the mysteries, like, out of character kind of thing.
All right.
Because that's on the spoiler level. Like, is there anything else while you guys are still in the city that, like, piques your interest?
Honestly, aside from the jewels and gold, that I probably would have grabbed a few of. This place doesn't have too many weapons or tools that she would be interested in as a fighter, other than maybe going to the enchanting tower and learning to enchant things a bit better. Aside from that, I don't think she would have any more interest other than
I'm
those.
pretty salty about Don getting that promotion because I was creating a weapon for your monk and I was going to hide it in this tower. And then you said that, and I was like only partially there. And I was just like, well, fuck. That was a really cool idea, and it's gonna go to shit now.
No, it's just
And
patiently waiting for the next opportunity.
I don't think I ever finished it where it's on homebrew yet. But I was looking to the only weapon I could imagine would fit in this place was I was coming to the idea of essentially the blend of I don't think of key as not magic in the same way as I don't think of magic as not key. Key to me is the weave, and the weave is key. It's the same kind of like twist of how they use the metachlorians in the like prequel of Star Wars to like tie like science in with the magical or the mystical. But I was creating or I was attempting to create a magical weapon for a monk that would funnel ki through your attacks. Because one of the constant problems with monks is it's just fucking hard to ever have ki. It's just gone. The moment you think about using ki, it's like, and I'm out of ki. But I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick. Was there anything else besides like the weapons that might exist in the city? Because yeah, I feel like there's gold abundant here. I feel like there's gems abundant here. You guys are gonna find massively. Most of that stuff is kept in those outer the wizard towers. You guys never went towards any of the wizard towers. Like individual wizards. You went
Yeah, the
towards
outer
the big
rim.
towers in the center. Yeah, those outer wizards, those were the ones where I think of this very much as like the platonic ideal, where the wizards who were the heads were kind of like they don't need to own anything. because what they own is their staff and all of their knowledge. It's the wizards who are like growing up who are the ones who have material possessions to themselves. But that was one of those weird things that was like, oh man, I don't want to like yell at you guys, like go investigate these outer towers. But I feel like that's one of those things where that to me is where most of the loot probably exists.
You know what's
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, you know what's crazy? I've always looked at those towers, but because I thought it was just like I didn't think that they would be to a point. I thought because I always focus on like the bigger towers. I didn't think about those little ones. I was like, but at one point I was like, I wonder what happened if we went over there. But and my thought was, we probably wouldn't find anything about it. And I'm like, dang, we probably should have went. We should have gone over to those towers then.
Yeah, especially I definitely got tunnel vision after we kind of learned about the 8 school towers.
And that's one of those things where it's hard to necessarily say one way or the other, because again, like the game was designed to come here as like a weird little second climax. Technically, this game ended when you guys killed the rock. Arl could never like cast her spell again. She basically finds another rock. She starts to raise it from birth or from like youth, whatever, and essentially, like will one day start casting the spell again in the exact same way as like you guys killed her. She'll one day, in my opinion, again, I like Stargate style of the gold taking control of a human. She'll one day find her way back into existence, take over the body of a human, hide back up here in the north, and do pretty much the exact same thing. Theoretically, Bane, Lovitar, and one of the other betrayer gods are the actual gods who she's running from. But it's just one of those kind of like vague things. They don't really put it out there. Don, go into your weapons and look to add oh man, I can't even say his name. I've said it so much. Iriolarthas Netherblade. Probably just search Netherblade, and you should see where I was at with that thing. If you don't see it right away, I'll try to add it for you. Any other like initial questions, kind of like inside of Yithrin? Because otherwise, I'll drop to the idea of describing what would happen if you attempted to destroy the spindle.
I guess the obelisk probably would have drawn his attention as well. Whether there was anything about, especially the not the 8 schools, but I think there were other symbols on there.
So let me ask you this: do you think Brennick is going towards the Mythaler or that obelisk first?
I would say the Mythaler first.
So among what happens when you activate the Mythaler is that this city will start to fly. It is going to take off in part of what you can control it. You will find that now that Iriolarthas is dead, you can actually attune to the Mythaler, and you can start to control the city, which includes both its flight, its ability to control the weather, both immediately around it, and I think it's like a 200-mile radius. So you could basically bring like an eternal summer to like Icewind Dale if you wanted to. It's already experiencing a melt unseen to since you guys killed Arl. But you could do even more to basically do other things. Does that still leave you with, would you one day go to the obelisk?
I think once he found that out, I think he would be, yeah, he'd be too excited about the figuring out how to use all that. He'd probably kind of forget all about it.
So roll a D100 for me. Depending on what you did in the city, 20 or so years go by. Do you think you would ever think of the obelisk again?
Um, hmm. Unless he found some like
You would
evidence.
feel a constant draw from that staff to the obelisk. The staff wants to go to that obelisk. And that's something to both keep in mind that would keep you away from it, just as much as curiosity would want to fuck with you. But the staff wants to come in contact with that obelisk.
Yeah, I think he would definitely not for the first, so much period of time, but eventually, he'd get curious and he'd also get more arrogant than he already is. And I think the curiosity would win out maybe sometime around like the end of the second decade, and he would indeed probably go over that way. And
So I think it's always been clear that Brennick was never leaving this place once you guys found it. Ben, you had talked about the things that you would do after this. When the city flies and rises above the glacier, would you find cause to return to the south? Would you find cause to separate yourself, or would you try to convince Brennick to actually follow you in those pursuits with the city that you've all earned together?
I think Fen would recognize the possibilities of exploration by this method, and being in no particular hurry, would probably look at it as the next chapter in exploration.
Gotcha. So perhaps a draw to try to convince them to travel across Faerun and go in that place where you feel you were drawn. I think you said the Southern Isles. But in the long run, you kind of recognize like uh, kind of implicit importance of a city of the Netheril existing again, and the three of you liberated it. Uh, Mistress Faye, do you stay around? Do you feel a cause to go elsewhere? Do you find this place to become your new home?
Honestly, she feels like with her being able to, if they with staying on here, she feels like this would be great because she could spread her goddesses teachings across a lot easier, and with the tools of this place, they could cause other kinds of pain more so than she could ever think of. So she will more than likely stay for that experience.
So I think that gives us plenty of reason to think there's certainly potential for a lot of adventures for these three characters to go through, flying around the world on Yithrin. And it may be a lot to explain what happens the day that Brennick does finally give in to the poll. But if all three of you agree and you have an interest, I can certainly tell you what happens on that day.
I kind of like not knowing. But if you guys are curious, I'll just I can just like take out my headphones for a minute.
I could mute you if you wanted to. If some people want to hear and others do not, I can mute you so you won't hear.
Like I feel like it's epically good or epically bad, but I kind of like not knowing which it is and just like mysterious. Maybe at some point in the future if I decide I want to know, but right now I'm kind of good with not knowing.
Does that sound good to the other two of you at present?
Oh, I want to spill the tea, girlfriend.
Right, like when Faye sees him headed over to the obelisk that day, she's gonna follow and see what happens. So yeah, I kind of want to know.
So we can pick that up like later, and I can tell the two of you for now before I actually mute Justin to tell you guys. We can continue with everything else, and that way there's also not a chance of you guys reacting and kind of tainting anything. So we can kind of leave it as something that will. I mean, Justin, I'm going to end up trying to talk to you anyways about tomorrow, anyways. But before they go, I'll say it so then they can go and not necessarily react around you. So,
Yeah, makes sense.
but yeah, so next thing, like, unless you guys have other kind of epilogue-y stuff, the rising of Yithrin out of the glacier is essentially one of two epic ends of this game. And it is one of the things, this is sort of what you are meant to do, is to get here. And it comes down to a conclusion of you guys might hang out in Icewind Dale for 5 years and become heroes of the land because you save everybody's life who remains after that dragon. You guys might leave immediately. You're still heroes. They don't necessarily know who it is. They just have basically kind of that untouched myth about the rise of the city out of the glacier that was the end of Arl's cruel rule over Icewind Dale in the north. There's a lot of ways that the actual culture around you will change based on this, not the least of it being like how the people of the Red Glacier themselves live. As far as the spindle, if you try to destroy the spindle, it can be quite dangerous. Does anybody not want to hear what happens if you try to damage the spindle?
Well, I mean, I know when that was kind of the cause of the thing crashing the first time around. So, like in character, Brannick would probably want to leave it alone or make sure he's done tons of research on it. But out of character, yeah, something like that, I'd be kind of curious.
Yeah, that's one of the things. That's why I say it didn't sound like Rashad wanted to go attack it with Mistress Faye. It sounded like he was curious what would happen had we attacked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm pretty sure we would. That's what the Mrs. Faye would go with Braddock to learn about.
Yeah, out of character, no, I'm curious about that too.
Yeah, oddly enough, that's actually one thing that there's next to no ability for you to learn about. It's one of those things where, other than that thing suppresses magical powers in its presence, there's very little for you to learn about. About the only thing that you would learn is from those notes of Iriolarthas before he lost his mind, where he basically acknowledges like something activated that spindle, it powered down the entire city and their magic all around. And this is the height of Netheril. This is hundreds of years before the spell plague separated Netheril, the Netherese, from their magic entirely. This was like a precursor to it, and why this city kind of still exists is under that idea that like it happened or it was already like shut off before everything happened to the other cities. But you can basically understand this thing is on some level like an anti-magic item. Um, had you tried to do much to it, it is effectively immune from almost all types of damage. If you cast a 5th level spell or higher into it, it turns off magic in, I think it's like a 200-mile radius. just off, done. That's how you activate it, is a high level magic being cast on it.
EMP style.
Yeah, it is 100% effectively an EMP.
Oh dear God. That
Well,
oh man. It might have been a good thing that Valixis wasn't here, because one of my thoughts was when we saw it while we were battling, because I thought that they would have had some effect on Aura if it had been destroyed or something. One of my thoughts was to cast a 5th level or higher spell on that thing to try to destroy it. That was my thought process if Valixis had still been here.
yeah, I mean, that's one of those things that if you guys do that, magic turns off in this place again, it's a pretty quick reset to, like, you guys effectively need to bug out of this place. All of those living magical, like, spells, all of those stay empowered. Nothing happens to them. Um, kind of like I was discussing with, like, the Demilich, doesn't really affect him anymore. He doesn't use magic. He has abilities now. And it's just one of those things, like, that's part of why I wanted to, like, display something odd is happening to this character, um, to give you guys a sense of, like, one, it's always subtly in the background that somebody should be freezing. If they have exposed flesh, that flesh should be dead. It's too fucking cold here. And there was a naked woman just staring at it. Her attention wasn't stuck to it. It wasn't like she was charmed. Something about it was a curiosity. It was just one of those things where I felt like that was the best way to kind of, like, share that thing. I was super stoked how that all played out. It made for a super exciting battle with Arl, and despite Rashad managing to forget, like, multiple times that you pretty much had, like, it displayed where the, like, aura of anti-magic was, it was also quite hilarious the few times that Rashad would, like, move closer to it, cast a spell, or, like, the time that he, like, clearly magic was stopped in that area for, like, Brennick, and then Rashad stayed in the same place and then tried to cast a spell. Those things were fucking hilarious. That fight was fucking awesome. There were a few things as wonderful as, like, after you guys did that, and then you, like, called Iriolarthas back by going onto that balcony and just, like, I don't know. First thing you said was what got broadcasted. I loved how the tower played out. It was crazy leading up to that, how the dice did not give a random encounter. Because I expected to throw one of them at you, and then all of a sudden you're potentially getting into the final room. And that's why I was like, yeah, I think putting her inside of the room with the spindle is perfect. It suppresses part of this thing, but not all of her powers.
Yeah, I thought it had disappeared or whatnot, because that red line that you put there the first time, it vanished from my screen. So I was like, oh, it must be gone. But then you was like, nope, it's still there. And I'm like, oh crap.
It's pretty much precisely why I delete things like that. So I know one of the other things that you guys like, as we kind of expand outward, one of the other things too that Fen was curious about, and well, maybe it wasn't even Fen at that point. Pre-Dragon, when you guys were going for the Duragar, the Comet was a crashed spaceship. It is a place for you guys to encounter aberrations, which you closest you got was with Justin's first character. You were being called to that ship with the little like gemstone that you had picked up. That was pre that initial TPPK. But had
Right,
that group survived with that item, you would have constantly been called towards that ship.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that would have been cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the hard things I was trying to decide. It was like, man, do I put that item back in the game? Do I allow somebody to, like, find it in the Lonely Wood? Should I just pretend and reset it and put it inside, and it was just one of those things where just never like organically worked out. Um, and then that was one of those things where when Don did ask about going there, I was like, you guys feel a certain level of a deadline. You can go search that out, but that's going in the opposite direction to continuing on with the Duragar. And I like putting stuff on that level as it's like at this point, I don't remember what it is, like the final kickoff that starts the actual countdown to the dragon happens. But it's one of the weird things about like the first couple of chapters are really open form. There's a lot of shit going on, and then eventually shit starts having a timer. Because as soon as you do this, the Duragar are about to attack. As soon as you deal with the dragon, um, Arl becomes like a much greater threat. As soon as you deal with Arl, the like prophecy takes you towards the glacier. And it's just like everything's slow paced, do what you want, and then it's just snowball effect.
Yeah, it's almost like two separate campaigns, right? You've got the sandbox, and then you've got like, and I guess part of the sandbox is to get you to a high enough level you can do the later stuff. But like, if you just want to start with higher level characters and go, essentially straight past that, and start with the dragon attack or something, you could do that. But it's simply, yeah, two very different kind of feels.
That's one of the biggest problems that I would say with how the campaign plays. Like, I really like the potentials of some of the body horror that can happen in this campaign, but also it removes a lot of the dangers. A significant number of people who have played this get cold resistance. Cold resistance, which you guys get from like the cold weather gear that it like hands out to you, is already a big boon. There's dangers of like one of my favorite secrets is that you have a slotty in your chest. And it's one of those things like I had a player who did not want to tell the rest of the group that he had a slotty. And there are multiple places in the campaign where it's like, and side note, if a player has a slotty in their chest, it bursts out and kills them right here. And that's like one of the coolest things in this game because it's all of a sudden, bam, we're playing aliens. But it was one of those things like that player didn't want to tell anybody, and they danced around the places where it happened. And then one day he did tell everybody, and it's like, bam, problem solved. I was like, well, that was anticlimactic. Um, but like, had anything played out a little bit differently, it's just fiat. Your character's dead.
I gotta know. Have you ever had anybody try to break out that wizard from the jail tower?
No, not at all. But I do feel like that's one of those things where if you had a more evil bent on a campaign, I could see people who want to do it. But like the realistic thing about that is unless you go there as one of the like final things, that's a fucking shit fest. There's something like 50 or 100 guards in that place. And veterans aren't tough, but they are high AC, high wound characters. And then veterans also carry the heavy crossbows, which they're like, if they're attacking you at range, it's only one shot, but when it hits you, it fucking hits you like a brick truck.
You know what? I just thought about that with the way Faye is with him with that creature wanting us to cause mayhem and chaos. Faye probably could have got him out of there with that contract. No, that's something else. That's the demon.
Oh, like the demon and conjuration?
Yeah, that was the demon. I'm sorry. I started thinking about the demon for that demon locked in there for a reason. After
They try to put the Arcane Brotherhood in here as antagonists. Avarice is the highest level of them, and she's technically like 9th level. She's got 5th level spells, but it's not one of those things where she feels especially dangerous to the party. I like the idea of the Arcane Brotherhood really used like it to me. It leans on the fact that Brennick, you at least had the idea of it, albeit you never really like were in pursuit per se. But I like the idea of with a wizard in the group, they're in kind of that same phase of they treat you like a potential member of the Brotherhood. It's not something where they're meant to fuck each other over. It's one of those things that like they are the height of wizards recognizing like if we can come to an agreement and it benefits me, great. And that's one of those things where like the deal with Avarice was perfect. She wanted the staff for a very particular reason, and it was worth everything else that you might find there. And that to me fits pretty solidly. Valine, she's money, not a wizard. She would 100% attach to the first people who would ally with her. So that's why she like tracks you down. The girl who froze and died on Arl's Island was a snake. She'd fuck anybody over for power, but she's also the one that dies. And that to me is part of why I like the Arcane Brotherhood there. Like, I don't even remember his name now. Prisoner 237 is like, I came here to do what I thought was going to bring me renown with the Arcane Brotherhood. And it's one of those things where it's in hindsight, I just brought shame. And it kind of makes sense that they would leave me up here to rot.
Yeah, yeah. And I kind of
But
had it in
like,
the back of my mind, like that was also kind of why. So that's kind of why Brannick was here. Like he wanted something that he could essentially show, like I deserve to be inducted into the Brotherhood.
yeah, and effectively flying past them with a City of the Netheril is one of those ways where you're just like, oh, here you go. You can have an honorary doctorate in divination.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's what the Arcane Brotherhood would do, because as soon as they see that you are effectively the person attuned to the Mythalar, that the city follows you, same thing. They want to bring their enemies close so they are next to you, so as that they can keep an eye on you. That's the whole idea of the Arcane Brotherhood. Is it's like, look, if we stop fighting over little shit and recognize that we are the biggest threats to each other, and we honor this idea not to attack each other, we all benefit from this because nobody without magic can step to our shit. That's like the definition of the Arcane Brotherhood is we are the threats to each other. So let's stop fighting each other.
yeah. Like essentially, the only way anyone's ever going to be able to defeat them is if they essentially weaken themselves by infighting.
Yeah. But like that guy was a shitload of fun to play. I don't think you guys ever thought about actually breaking him out. But that's the same reason I was never going to give you any of the information that he had.
No, but we had that guy who was with the party at the time who was like kind of boisterous, and it almost seemed like he was leaning towards trying to break. He was like, "Hey," talking to the fellow guards. Remember that?
Oh man, that was ages ago. He joined like the same day you did. I couldn't tell whether he was going to start a fight or whether he actually wanted to get that guy out, because I never actually felt like he was actually like charmed by the idea that prisoner 237 had information.
You're talking about the guy that joined for like maybe a session and he was trying to roll for a familiar or something and he rolled and failed and then got pissed and left. You talking about him?
No, well, I can't remember, but wasn't he a paladin or something like that?
It sounds about right. I feel like the familiar guy came a little bit later.
How many people did we have join? No, the familiar guy joined, I think, the same time I joined. Yeah, he
I
did.
mean, when I started this campaign, session 0, we had 8 people for session 0. One of the guys dropped out because somebody decided to play a cleric, and he said, "Oh shit, I don't want to play a cleric if somebody else is playing a cleric." I'm like, "There's 10 different subclasses of cleric." And I straight up said to him, "If you drop out, I guarantee you something in that person's life is going to change and that person's going to drop out." Session 2, that guy dropped out because one of his sons took up football and they were going to be playing football every Saturday for the foreseeable future. And I cracked up laughing when all of a sudden the group didn't have a cleric until I think Larry joined the game after that and played a cleric.
How? Oh my god, the amount of people that joined and left. I'm just like, bruh.
Yeah,
For
that's
me
one of the things.
though, after the Paladin, I think that was it though. I didn't have too much turnover because we never seen it. It was always the three of us, and then a couple of flakes, and then just the three of us again.
And then
Well,
there
since
was,
when Larry got killed.
yeah, then we had that one girl that joined. She like joined for one session and gave us all her potions and then left. And I was like, bruh.
Right. Yeah. And then there was the one guy who joined, but we knew he was only joining for one session. The guy who played the Goliath, right? So he was cool.
He might have been before.
Oh, was that before
He
Rashad
was
joined?
around Engashuk. I guess we at least had Velixis, because Velixis joined around the B place where they were making the mead. Good mead. And I think Ben didn't join until after, or rather, Don didn't join until after we had kind of finished up the initial part of 10 Towns, which was around when you guys did Engashuk. But I don't know, Ben or Don, do you remember? I mean, that guy played basically that weekend. His wife and his kids went away to plan a private, like a birthday party for him. I think he played a Goliath and like, was it a druid? I don't know.
I don't think I was there for that.
Yeah, definitely a
Yeah, I feel
Goliath.
like
I
you
don't
guys.
remember the yeah.
I think you guys did the first Engajuk before Don.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm pretty sure he was there for the fight, and I think he was there for the actual description of it. But that's one of those things. Like, if you never go to Engajuk, like if you never bite on that one, when it comes time to go to Arl's Island, there's a whole lot of fuck you on how you want to get there. Like that's one of those things where that's one of those times where you might go back to the castle, the prison, and steal one of their boats. You might find a way that the group can actually swim across the sea of grinding ice. There's a lot of those things where it's like if you don't just go to Angajuk for this little like, I mean, it's a pittance anytime I give you gold. Like, do you guys really spend the gold? That's one of the things why, like, to me, like, giving away gold is so silly because it's like, are we going to spend it in this campaign? Does anybody want to build a stronghold? And it's just like, sometimes gold's just a big, big distraction. Um,
Yeah, I kind of stopped keeping track of actual currency because figured there was, I had plenty if I ever did need to buy anything, but there's no real point in. So that's why I
Right.
kind of made Brannick too, like kind of more interested, tried to make him more interested in, items and magic items and knowledge and stuff. Because I can also, turn that into money.
And on top of that, you got this whole city now. This city's full of gold and jewels. So I mean, we got that now. So
I mean, I feel Brannick's like going to be like within the city. He's probably like cooped up. Like Fen is like saying having them like come to all these like great amazing places, and Brannick's probably spending most of his time kind of cooped up in the study. He would also be at this. He would have been kind of maybe using some of this like gold and treasure, and he definitely is interested in researching you know essentially immortality, maybe not necessarily becoming a lich, but maybe if
Yeah, I mean, that's where you start to come into contact with things like recognizing, like, clone.
Yeah, that's the one I was kind of thinking of first. Yeah.
Yeah, clone is like, I think 6th level, and that's the first level of immortality. Everything about what Iriolarthas would have left behind is the precursor to already being on that path. I think one of the biggest things that would always come to mind with going down the path of lichdom is that there is that aspect where you start to collect souls. You have to collect souls. And that's one of those things where you progressively get eviler and eviler each time you consume someone's soul.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's beyond Braddock. I mean, I think I kind of liked the arc where he was kind of a little shady at the beginning, and then by the time we're in Orals, he's like murdering the child and doing all sort and pushing Valine off the top of the tower and doing all sorts of bad stuff. So I don't think Lichdom is beyond his kind of capacity for evil, but it wouldn't like be his first thought. If that makes sense.
I know Valixis was trying to fight it, and I was kind of trying to but I knew she was slowly slipping into it. As I'm sitting here playing, I'm like, yeah, she's by the end of this campaign. If she's not dead, she's definitely gonna be evil. She definitely.
Well, I think that's one of the problems with wizards, though, is you have the power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. You are dancing with the constant problem of, well, I've created a clone. Now if somebody kills me, I'm going to come back. Maybe I should make 2 clones. Maybe I should make a simulacrum who can help me now. And then I've got my 2 clones hidden. So if something happens to me, the simulacrum will be able to continue my work while my clone matures, and then I have another clone as backup. Well, what if I do a simulacrum to take care of my clones while I have the 2 clones? And like that's how wizards start to spiral out of control. When you focus only on not dying, you're already on the path to becoming a lich. Because within no time at all, you're going to start to kill people to continue your life. And that's one of those things. I think it is why, to me, some of the coolest fucking stories are the fact that, yeah, you're an evil motherfucker, but you're going around with these people because you know that you need to get to the power of meta knowledge, say level 15. Once you're level 15, you don't necessarily need the party to finish off the last things that you do. But like this level where you guys are like, effectively, you guys are level 12 now here. If you wanted to level up your characters, I'm perfectly okay with that. It's effectively epilogue as well, so we're talking about years of difference. But I think this is one of those times where Rennick, the more knowledge he consumes, is going to get more and more detached from the group. The more detached he is, the more he's going to resent them because they are people who know what he is capable of. And the more he can isolate himself, and again, this is far more me than necessarily what Justin would do, but this is my view of wizards and what is always most likely to happen. But it's part of how I turn them into NPCs. Wizards are my favorite big bads because usually that's what happens.
I think during those years, I don't think I said this. I think during those years, and one of the things Faye would try to learn to do is that armor set that they ran into when when they the person that was laying on the table, that armor and that sword, she would learn to essentially either make it or find another set for herself at some point. Probably like several years
I
later.
mean, if you want to become a brain in a jar, you can definitely become a brain in a jar. That's a whole nother kind of immortality, and you can have that today.
Wait, so that's essentially all she was, just a brain in the jar with the armor set.
I mean, the armor was a completely different creature that she controlled, but yes,
Okay, okay.
she was 100% the baddie from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who's like the brain. and it has the sweet like animatronic body. Sometimes it's like comes out of the head, sometimes it comes out of the like stomach.
Krang, that's what it was.
Yeah. But yeah, all that was effectively. I think one of the things I'm pretty happy with, like that extra pack and like what it expanded with the towers. I thought overall that was some cool stuff. Um, in hindsight, had I actually prepared more for Iriolarthas's tower, it was pretty clear most of those towers were an expanse on the actual center spire and pulling away things to the outer spires. So that was supposed to be your experience with the brain in the jars. The brain, yeah, the brains in jars was that room. Instead, when they expand on it for that thing, they put it inside of the necromancy tower. Inside of like that hookah room was another one of those abracadabrases, and you guys never really fucked with that thing inside of the conjuration tower, but that was what was also in the conjuration tower. That was something that you guys, I feel like there was one little chance that somebody reached into it and found what they were looking for, but that's what it was. It was like, imagine what you want, open up the chest and it's inside of it. And I was just waiting for Velixis to, I want a necromancy spellbook. Open up the chest. There would have been a fucking necromancy spellbook.
Bruh.
Oh,
But that's one of those things where, like, I don't think you guys actually, like, really paid too much attention to that thing. And then one of those times where you were going back to that room, I described the golden chest again to try to see if bringing it up again was going to, like, pique somebody's interest. And you guys, kind of just went past it.
dude, RMO was totally clueless this campaign. Man, we missed so many obvious clues.
Oh, please don't get me wrong. When I play as a player, I am completely oblivious to things. I've had multiple DMs who tell us like, you guys like don't ever find treasure, and one of the things I always bring up is it's like because I don't care about treasure. Fifth edition is designed for you to be badass with what your character can do. Is treasure cool? Certainly, but it's not like old school where like you didn't get abilities. You needed magic items to do that. Like there's
Yeah,
shit
yeah.
to do. Like you never fucking use that ice sword. And then one day you guys are like the feds like go through the arcade octet and he's like, I still got this ice sword. We can cool the fire with that. I'm like, you son of a fucking bitch. I gave you like I'm like, finally there's an item for Fen. Like, what do I give a goddamn monk? You got the bracers of defense are one of those things that I hate giving to a monk because certainly it's cool, but it doesn't do anything. Like the wand of polymorph going to Brennick, I was like, well, that sucks ass. He could take polymorph. But it was one of those things, at least the wand, you guys have to decide who it goes to in the group. And it gives anybody that polymorph ability. But yeah, that's one of the things I like to give shit that gives you extra stuff. And did you end up seeing the blade, Don?
I did. Yeah, that's
That
pretty
was like
badass.
that was like my attempt. I'm like looking over the monks and I'm like, all right, this is the kind of thing. Like, I'm like, it's not meant to necessarily change this campaign, but it's meant to be end game. Can you monk infinitely? And that's what I was like. I feel like this is, and I wanted to play with it. And then you told me you were going to leave, and I was like, damn, I need to give it to him while I'm still like thinking about it. And then that whole session went by without me actually remembering like that I had created this thing. And then it's like coming up on like last session, and I'm like, well, we're already pretty much done with it. I shouldn't give it to him now. And then, of course, at the end of today's session, I remembered it. I'm like, should have just fucking gave it to him the first fucking instant.
Yeah, that's wild. And it's funny because I kept looking at that. Actually, was there any more to the? I meant to talk to you about that, and I almost pulled it out today for the last
The
hurrah with
sword?
yeah.
I couldn't believe it that you wouldn't use it against the Lich.
I figured he was resistant to the cold, but like, and then I got to thinking because I was thinking about it, and I was like, I never bothered to find out what it was all about.
That was one of the things that I thought was hilarious, was because you get it like in Arl's tower. I was like, it kind of makes sense that he doesn't fuck with it because you're inside of Arl's tower. But then it like comes down to this, and I'm just like, but you guys, like, first you killed her rock, and then I eventually have her show up, and I'm like, it makes sense again because you're about to fight Oral. But it was one of those things where I was continually, I'm like, he's still not fucking with that magic weapon, and then I completely forgot about it. You guys were fighting the vampires. Oh man, that's another one of the things. You guys set loose the fucking vampire, um, the cackling hyena people. You guys set that thing free. Like, that was one of those things, like, that you guys opened up the tomb with the codicil of Auril, codicil of the White, but you never actually killed it. So eventually, when you guys entered into Yithrin, that thing just pieces the fuck out.
Bruh.
The giant fucking beast inside of those caves, where it's like, hey, this is a chance for you to have like Cthulhu in your fucking game.
Yeah,
Dude, that thing almost fucking TPPK'd you guys. The first time you walked by and I read what it can do, I'm like, I can't just let them walk by this thing. You can't not fucking describe this ahead of time. It was something stupid how powerful it was. But it was one of those things where it's like, this is such a throwback to old school D&D, where it's just like, discover this and die. And that was basically what it was like written into the book as. It was something like a DC 22 wisdom saving throw versus you basically just become its fucking slave.
That'd be interesting if that happens, like, after now we have this flying tower. Like, I'm sure it could do, sure it's got ideas of what it could do. Like, if we went, decided to go down there and investigate that after we liberate Yithrin and have it flying around.
Well, I think one of the things that like I like to keep in mind, I definitely dropped like some of those kind of threads to actually push forward with more immediately in front of us. Because sometimes it does get to be just too much to track. But I do like to keep track of some of those things, at least in big picture things where, like one day the dwarves, the Durgar, are going to become a problem again. Um, a lot less likely because you guys defeated Aro. The Durgar came up because of the darkness. It made it accessible to them. You guys will never really know a lot of the influence there. That's all kind of background, potentially big spoilers, but it's also kind of minor spoilers if you did want to know, just to know. But I think the Durgar are a cool little force that are kind of like, maybe they'll start to like pillage and raid with the dragon kind of thing, because that dragon, they just repair it and it'll eventually be good again. You guys never got to the heart of that place where they basically have a red dragon's heart, and that's what they use to power that dragon. The creature below, that's one of those things where I feel like it's solid for if we ever played to like 17th level or 20th level, sometime between like capstone levels. I think that creature would be fun to battle. I had something set up. Were you intrigued enough to go back in that area to try to make it like combat accessible and not simply just a TPPK? Because again, it's not desirable just to kill you guys off. Like, if you just want to kill players, that's simple. To make it like interesting and difficult is where things are really hard to balance. But like, if we continued on with the campaign, like level 12 would almost guaranteed be that's a vampire knoll having turned the other knoll colonies in this area, because you guys never went to the knoll colony. But the vampire knoll returning to the knoll colonies and basically just a wave of vampire gnolls crossing over Icewind Dale. That would kind of be the type of thing. Like, what do you do at level 13? Vampire gnolls.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the idea, like we're in this tower and we're like kind of like, we spend, years exploring, and then we finally come back out and it's just like a wasteland of ravaging gnolls. Like, shit, is that our fault? Do we need to fix this?
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I will catch y'all later.
Sounds good. Rashad, before you do go, let me at least Don, do you still have time to hang out?
Yeah, for sure. And
All right.
hey, Rashad, it was a pleasure, man. Hopefully, I'll see you on Endgaming on down the line.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
Yeah, before you go though, I'll tell you like right before you go, but I do want to remind you, like, as far as I'm concerned, we're going to continue with Saturdays. So if you're still interested in playing, we're going to continue on. I think what things are going to be is we'll play something in the interim. Um, for more than likely, I'd like to say let's take things to Tollus, where we've got the West Marches, and we can play something there. It will give you a character inside of the West Marches. So if we ever play during odd times that work for you, you can jump in that way as well. But that's more episodic. The general goal that I have in mind is to try to keep the Saturdays going so we can recruit people to something that doesn't have a long time behind it or a long time into the future. And hopefully from there, we'll probably start a homebrew campaign around like January to February and try to shoot for like a 4-month long campaign. I think shooting for like 3 to 4 months is long enough to do cool things, short enough to not have people drop out to where it's Ghost Town City.
Right.
So keep that in mind that theoretically next week we're still playing the same time.
Alrighty.
But yeah, let me just drag him down into the other channel. I'm going to tell him what happens when you do whatnot, and I'll come back to you guys in a second here.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, Don, it's been great playing with you. Hopefully, some point in the future, just for like a one shot or something, maybe we can play again.
Alrighty then. Can you guys think of anything else that you had questions of about the campaign?
Nothing else specific is coming to mind for me. The comment, the where
Yeah,
we
I'm looking
are.
over my notes.
I never said what was in the comment. Do you want spoilers about what it was besides that it was a spaceship?
No, I think that's enough for me.
Gotcha. One side spoiler that I'll give you, because I think spaceship probably says a lot. It has technology in it that I'm kind of sad that they put in the game, but it has high technology in it that does not fit in this world.
Yeah, as soon as you said spaceship, I thought of two things. I thought of one, the old Might and Magic video game series, where that was kind of the big, like the trope through all of them. And then the other one was the old Expedition to the Barrier Peaks module, which I think had the same kind of thing.
Ooh, what was Expedition to the Barrier Peaks?
It's like one of the very early. They redid it. I think Goodman Games redid it for 5th edition, but it's basically the same thing. It's fantasy, and then it like throws in like this sci-fi, like advanced technology kind of stuff. I think that's the one that did it.
Gotcha. The name just piques my memory. I'm not entirely sure why I know that name, but Goodman Games is probably it, because that's what I have another 5th edition rendition of one of their modules.
Yeah, it's from the original was Gary Gygax back in 1980. and then they have this whole line of, I think it's original
That's what I mean.
adventures reincarnated.
I've got into the Borderlands, which is like the first campaign.
Yeah,
It
so
was
Expedition to the Bearer Piece, another one they did that gave the same treatment.
yeah, like Into the Borderlands was the first beginner campaign, or the first beginner. It's got like the first 3 beginner modules, because like it's like the caves. I can't even remember them offhand, but I really like what Goodman Games did there. That's one of those things where holy fuck, I wish I had the PDF for free, because they print the module in each form that it ever took. So it is the size, albeit a little bit lighter than like the Tolus module, but like Tolus is unwieldable. Like that shit is fucking heavy. And that's one of those things where it's like, you guys, it's cool that you gave me every rendition of Into the Borderlands, but holy fuck, does that make it heavy?
Yeah, and they add in like a bunch of extra like essays and like history and stuff, which is cool, but they could make it
I
like
read
a
all of
separate
it.
book.
I
Yeah,
devoured it. It was so interesting.
yeah, yeah. And then I
But
think,
then I want to cut it out to save the weight when I actually run the module, because again, fuck, is that shit heavy?
yeah, and I think one of them, that I think it was the Temple of Elemental Evil, which they also did. I think they turned that one into 2 massive books. It's like a
See, the
box set.
village of Hamlet is one of my favorite starting towns. I really like the start of that. I've only ever heard bad things about the Temple of Elemental Evil, and I think the 5th edition rendition of it was even worse.
I've heard it's just way too long and way too. It's just like repetitive and like it's. But I've never played it, so I can't. That's just what I've heard. Yeah, I've heard um, the first part with the village of Hamlet is way way better. Most people seem to think.
Yeah, because there's cool stuff underground. I like how they like delineate a lot of things back then, but it is one of those things where it's like they assume everybody's going to pickpocket everybody, so you're always ready to like they tell you everybody's wealth. It's like we're playing Skyrim.
Yeah, like every monster has a specific amount of coin, and yeah. But yeah, no, for me, knowing it's a spaceship, and I kind of assumed when you said spaceship, advanced technology. But yeah,
Yeah, I think you already kind of knew more if you can remember back to what I told that character. So I think it demystifies a lot of it because you had that device in you. But yeah, I mean, I feel like that's one of those things that it's a cool blend of like modules that are much smaller and you stack them together to make a long list of this, which is like 2 or 3 big things happening and they're already kind of stacked together. It's kind of one of those things. I think there's a lot to take away from each one. Sometimes adding stuff together, sometimes having them already tied together. But I think pretty clearly you could see in hindsight where this could be 10 towns. Um, from 10 towns, it can be like stifle Oral, and then from Oral, it can be find Yithrin, and have that be like 3 different modules. And then, if you got to the point where you like finish Oral and kill the rock, but nobody is a wizard, you could just skip the Yithrin part and
yeah,
plug in something else.
yeah, or like put some time between them. So like you want to go and investigate Yithrin, but you kind of have to deal with Oral first, and then you deal with Oral, and then you take some time, you put together an expedition, blah blah blah, and then you go back. As like a separate adventure essentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What was it? It was just like a prophecy. It was to draw you guys into that. The towns are destroyed. I'm not sure what the exact push forward was towards the codicil.
I mean, aside from Valine wanting it, I think.
Oh yeah, her own draw.
And I think she said we needed it to get into Yithrin, and that's why we had to go get it, because that had the rime that actually broke open the glacier.
Yeah, I guess really that's one of those things. Everest is supposed to become a threat. If she's able to chase you down and get the codicil from you, she's probably a potentially threatening character at that point where you guys could defeat Arl. But she's kind of like hangs out like oddly on your heels for a long time. Where it's like, Everest is doing this right now. Everest is doing this. Everest is doing this. And it's always just like, she's watching them. She's waiting. And it's like, well, now they're too fucking powerful for her. And like, it's one of those things where it's like, I could have her betray you when you guys get weak here. But like, to me, a betraying NPC is boring. That's one of the things like, in the Saturday morning campaign, you guys got to meet somebody who isn't what they seem. To do that with an NPC is like, I'm only gonna do that 1 in 1,000 NPCs that you meet, because if I ever do it twice, you'll never trust an NPC. And it's just one of those things like, a group betraying and killing an NPC is just as boring as an NPC betraying and fucking over